I sat at my desk, tinkering with a new bow design. After some thought, I decided that I would keep the current one for lower-tier mobs because of cost constraints and being a little more sparse with my new swords. I tweaked the current design I was working with and twisted the limbs outwards slightly like a recurve bow while reducing the size a little. Once I was happy with how it looked, I confirmed my choice and typed in the name. Congratulations! You have created a template unique to this domain. You now have access to the Asterian pattern recurve bow. Lesser quality. Nice, it was a start. I dismissed the screen and set the bow to the side, along with the other weapons, and sat back into my chair and cast a gaze over the boss's weapons. I hope they like them. Next, I'll have to craft the armor, but I'm not in the mood for that anymore. I sat back in my chair and stared at my cement-clad ceiling, and slowly released a pent-up breath. My head throbbed, and the light seemed unnaturally bright. I pinched the bridge of my nose and just relished in the silence for the time being. There was no one here but me. Karen was busy. Alessia was training the honor guard, and for once, it was just quiet. The only sound was that of my breath and my beating heart. I just sat there and enjoyed the silence until baleful thoughts worked their way in. I missed Earth, and I missed my home. I wish I took the time to talk to my parents more after I left. Even with knowing that we really didn't get along all that well, they were still family. They must be worried sick about me right now. What a daughter I was. Just vanishing in the middle of the night and not even telling them where I was going. Just another tick on the box labeled reasons that my parents are disappointed in me. A dry cackle filled my ears as I sat up and opened my eyes. Calixa, always the disappointment. Refusing to go to college, ending up in the back of the house at a restaurant. I can still see my mom's vibrant green eyes glare at me in disappointment whenever I think about my days after high school. Or my dad's storm gray eyes as they glared at me in anger as I packed my bags and got ready to leave. Oh, how I still remember the words they hissed at me when I told them I wasn't going to college. They told me I would end up washed up and drugged out in a back alley somewhere, amongst other hurtful things. I know that they only wanted what was best for me, but I needed to find my path if I wanted to be happy. Which I did. Thankfully, me telling them I was on the path of becoming a chef really helped dampen their ire towards me, but I know that isn't quite what they had in mind for me. I would miss them, even if they made me angry. I wiped away the warm trails of liquid that fell down my cheek and stared at the weapons that lay scattered across my office space. I'll make it back home, I'll do my best, and maybe then you will be proud of me. I reached out and grabbed the weapons that I created for my bosses. I will make it home, that much I promise. I'll do whatever it takes, but I will come home as someone you can be proud of. I pushed away my thoughts and grabbed Heartpiercer. My first stop was Ricard. He was the captain of the Undead Legion that guarded this stronghold, and I wanted to outfit him first. I activated my teleport with a gesture, and the world warped around me as the skill worked its magic. A few quick seconds later appeared behind him. He was standing on a far wall and was staring out into the forest. The sun was on the horizon and cast its gray light out across the forest. Fog hugged the trees, and guttural moans radiated from the dying woods. Was it bad that I was slowly starting to get used to it? Greetings, Captain. The zombie turned its head and gazed at me for a moment, and gave me a curt nod. His milky white eyes were as lifeless as ever before, staring back off into the forest beyond. The bosses were odd. They were clearly intelligent, yet they lacked life. It was as if they were living on autopilot. I gazed at him for a moment longer before I extended Heartpiercer out towards him. I guess if I am going to roleplay an empress, I should get into character then. Captain Ricard Levian, take a knee. I attempted to drop my voice a few octaves, though it sounded pitiful to my ears. I would have to work on that in private. The zombie, however, didn't seem to care too much and did as I commanded it. Ricard dropped to one knee and bowed his head before me. The act of submission caused a fluttering in my stomach, which was something I wasn't expecting. I bit back my excitement. Now I had to hand this sword off to him, but I had no clue how. I was loath to admit that I did not know how to do it with etiquette. In that case, I would make my own. I grasped the handle of the sword and the top-sheathed blade and extended it outwards towards the captain of my first legion. I spent a little more essence on leather, but it was worth it. Captain Ricard Levian, take this as your oath of office. For you are the blade of the Empire and commander of my legion. The zombie looked up at me and reached out and took the blade from me with his good hand and studied it for a moment, and a prompt appeared on my screen, followed by a strange pulse of gray energy that shot out in all directions, and a slew of notifications appeared. A boss has taken its weapon. Would you like to alter the drop rate for it? I raised my eyebrow at that and confirmed it, and skimmed through the new page. This page determines what items that this boss will drop upon its death. Current item drops. Heart Piercer -10%. Zombie Blood Uncommon Quality -30%. Human Bone Shards -20%. This boss has 5 more free slots for item drops. Any item that this boss drops will be recreated upon its respawn, at half of its original cost. Ah. Well, at least I don't have to worry about stuff getting taken out if it's going to respawn. However, it's going to cost me. I changed the weapon drop rate as low as I could get it, which was 1%, dismissed the screen, and then looked through the next notification. Your action has altered a trait for the domain. Please consult your companion for more information. A future trait? I don't remember seeing anything for that on my domain page. I quickly shot Karen a message, inquiring about domain traits, before I closed the screen and looked over at the captain of the Legion. As befitting of your office, I will have armor crafted for you. The captain nodded his head yet remained on one knee. I stared at him for a time as I decided on what armor I would make for him. I wanted something nimble yet could take a few hits, but that was something for later, I suppose. I gotta run these errands and stop getting sidetracked. Captain Ricard, you may continue to serve me well. With that, I glanced at my map and teleported towards Aaron to give him his gear next. Aaron was in the stronghold's courtyard, surrounded by a few of the undead, and was currently in the middle of a bout with a zombie that was almost twice his size. The zombie rushed forward attempting to grab the skeleton in a bear hug, though Aaron was far more nimble. He shot past the zombie's grasp and jumped into the air. His leg lit up with bright orange energy as his heel shot towards the zombie's skull to deliver a punishing blow. Sadly, however, the zombie's head didn't stand a chance, and its head exploded from the impact, splattering the ground with blackened, coagulated blood. Well, at least he was training. However, I would prefer if he left the troops alone. I would have said alive, but I don't think that would have fit the occasion, considering they were undead. I brought up my screen and gestured with my hand to consume the zombie's corpse and with the congealed blood that splattered the ground. When the adventurers got here, I would tolerate a messy area to an extent, but in the meantime, I demand that it stay clean. As the corpse slowly vanished, Aaron caught my eye and walked over to me. Lieutenant Flint, take a knee. The skeleton froze for a moment before he dropped to a knee. I unslung my bag and pulled out the pair of gloves I made for him. If I had known he would be using his feet, I would have made some stuff for that as well. But I should have expected as much. Once I pulled the gloves from the bag, I extended them towards him. Lieutenant Flint, take these as your weapons to serve your legion and your empress. I have to say pretending to be a ruler was fun. The skeleton reached out and took the gloves, and stared at them for a moment. Just like Karen, I couldn't tell what the skeleton was feeling, and I was definitively not an expert in skeletal body language. He mashed his teeth together, filling the area with rhythmic clacking. Though what he was trying to say was beyond me. He seemed like he was the most lively of the bunch. I would even go as far as to say he was close to becoming sapient, yet I was unsure. You may rise, Lieutenant. I didn't want to pretend to understand what he was trying to say. Maybe I should talk to Karen and see what he says about it. I didn't want to be rude and brush off someone who was actually trying to communicate with me. The skeleton bobbed its head and looked at the gloves strangely for a moment before he slid his bony fingers into them. His bones lit up with soft orange light, and he stepped back and delivered a set of blistering fast punches that cut the air. Even though he was nowhere near close to hitting me, small gusts of air that hammered into my flesh still rocked me. I raised my eyebrows as I watched him move about, practicing his kicks and punches. They all were unique. Aaron here was the most animated of the bunch, talked a lot, and seemed dedicated to his training. Karen was helpful and seemed happiest when he was helping me. Ricard was quiet and stoic, though it was a little hard to pinpoint how the captain truly was. Alessia seemed severe and wholly dedicated to her job. I stepped back and teleported to my office and grabbed the last set of weapons for my bodyguard. I wonder what she would think of them. Let me know if you see anything odd. My editor glitched out and I think I caught most of the errors. I teleported to the secluded part of the forest that Alessia was training in and sat in a far corner, underneath the shade of a few trees. She was quietly running them through drills, and I observed them quietly. I still don't understand how they communicate. It was just silent talking. She would cast a glare at one of them and, for a few seconds, stare before moving away. I have to give it to her. For an undead who wasn't sapient, she was very precise and intelligent. I marveled at the fact that all the undead that surrounded her were drilling the same movements over and over. She was really working on passing down skills to the undead. It made me wish I could see the skills they had in their class so far. On the other hand, I had a few skill slots open, so maybe I should see if I could get some boss's skills. I rested against the trees and placed the poleaxe against the tree trunk, and crossed my arms. So much to decide on and such little time to do it. What kind of side skills did I want to learn? I think being a close combat fighter like Aaron would be fun. Sadly, however, I lost my access to mana, so I can't learn any magic. But I have my soul class, which is pretty much magic in its own regard. I thought back to watching Aaron move around the zombie in his fight. It would be so fucking cool to do something like that, but that means I would have to learn how to use my ki. Then, I would have to check with Karen and go from there. My eyes wandered towards the sky, which was turning dark. The two moons dimly lit the ground, the gray fog that clung to everything around us. An uncountable number of stars splattered across the sky and twinkled happily in the distance. I knew it was fake, and it was by my doing. But it didn't detract from how beautiful it was. I took a deep breath through my nose and basked in the musky scent of the forest. The air was wet and heavy, and I could smell saltiness in the air akin to rain. It was amazing how real this all was. I mean, it was real, but knowing that I crafted this all was just awe-inspiring. I stared at the sky for a little while before I turned my attention back towards the formation of undead, only to find them all on a knee before me. They were all in a square formation and had their heads facing down and an arm across their chest. Alessia was the only one standing, though she was giving me a deep bow. What brought this on? Was it that gray light that came from Ricard? There was so much that I didn't know. I cleared my throat and grabbed the poleaxe that was resting against the tree. It was a little hefty, but it wasn't for me to use, however. Alessia Veers. You are my champion and defender of myself. Take this weapon as a symbol of your position. I extended the weapon towards her. She gripped the poleaxe and gazed at it for a moment, and a strange light filled her eyes for a moment before it vanished. I pulled around my bag and pulled out the mace. And for your last weapon, take this mace. For when the poleaxe fails, you still may serve your duty. Remember, Alessia, you serve a job far more important than anyone else, for you are the last line of defense. The only thing that I ask of you is to remember that no matter what, you belong to me and me alone. So serve my will well. I extended the mace, and she took it. Her eyes lit up again and became more lifelike, and she opened her mouth. A glitter of excitement coiled around in my chest. Was she finally sapient? Her mouth moved, and a look of confusion crossed her face, and she reached out and touched her lips. I was a little disappointed, but at least she attempted to talk. Serve me well, Alessia. I gave her a nod and teleported out towards Karen. I wanted to stick around and be all bubbly about Alessia being able to talk, but I'm trying to keep appearances up around the rest of the undead. No matter how much I did it, the act of teleporting felt strange. It left me feeling slightly nauseous and off, but it beat having to walk around to each location. Especially once this place gets bigger. My feet hit the ground, and immediately I heard the familiar sound of a violin playing. Damn, Karen picks up on things quickly. I shot a glance towards my notifications and saw that he hadn't replied yet. I pushed through the thin foliage and towards the sound of the violin. Once I got through everything I saw, Karen was standing on the rock and was playing a soft melody that held a twinge of sadness. All around him were long, winding streams of ice-blue energy that moved in rhythm with the sound. The sound changed from its slow, soft melody into something more rushed and intense. His bow deftly danced across the strings, and the surrounding energy shifted and into long streams of glowing red fire. It danced around him in a vibrant display of power and shot out in scything arcs. I wasn't sure how he was directing them, but they were accurate. They would change into spikes and hammer into a tree, one after another. The wood fragments caught on fire as the trees exploded into thousands of pieces. The flames would whip around and return to the skeletal maestro and dance around him once more as he played his tune. So this was the power of a maestro. It was awe-inspiring, really. The way the surrounding magic followed his songs as he directed a song of death. His song changed once into something far softer. One that strummed along with my heart and brought me some peace. It was like I was sitting on a beach and letting the water lap at my feet without a care in the world. The raging streams of fire morphed into ocean blue streams and rained down, quenching the fire that sought to consume the surrounding forest. I closed my eyes as the streams of energy shot into the sky, and a torrent of rain followed shortly after. The water beat into my exposed flesh, and I relished the feeling of the falling water. I really missed taking showers. Oh, hello mistress, I didn't see you there. I opened my eyes and saw Karen staring at me. His scarlet red eyes shone out from under his cloak like vibrant rubies. Hello, Karen. You looked like you were enjoying yourself, and I didn't want to disturb you. I walked over to a small boulder and sat down on it. I was already soaked, so what was a little more water going to hurt? I was. This is a fantastic instrument. The way it lets me direct magic is phenomenal. He nodded his head and placed the violin into his cloak, and propped himself against one of the few trees that avoided the onslaught of magical energy. Yeah, it's a pretty sounding one. I want to make a better one for you, but I will work on that once I get some better material. But anyway, I stopped by to ask a few questions. I crossed my legs and sat back on my arms. The boulder was a little comfier than I thought it would be. I see. I appreciate the thought. His eyes dulled for a second, and he clacked his teeth. Ah, I missed a few things. I am sorry, mistress. I got distracted. Give me a second to catch up. He mumbled to himself, and I nodded my head and waited for him to catch up. Ah, you unlocked a trait for the domain. His eyes lit up once more, and I nodded my head. Yes. I gave Ricard a blade, and strange energy came from him, and then I saw I altered a trait. What is that about? Well, usually you see domain traits once your domain opens. Sadly, however, I don't have the power to unlock that for you until your domain opens. I can tell you it's a collective faith trait. Because of this being a domain, all of the undead are connected through a physic tether. When a majority of them believe in something, it affects all the undead in the domain. In your case, they slowly realize the story you are creating, and it's slowly eroding their current memories and replacing them. I quietly listened as he explained the trait to me. Then, finally, I understood what he was saying. The whole collective will change to resemble the faith that's placed in it. It was all so surreal, honestly. Sometimes I can't believe it's happening. Thank you, Karen, for explaining that to me. My next question is, how do the undead talk to each other? I see Aaron has been trying to talk to me, and I haven't been able to understand him. He nodded his head and pulled his hood back, revealing his bone-white skeleton. It's mostly just an undead thing. You won't be able to understand them since you are not undead yourself. As for Aaron, it's just a skeleton thing. If you want, I can translate for you. That would be lovely, thank you. I decided I wanted to learn some skills from the other bosses so I can expand my class a bit. Ah, yes, I can translate what they say. All the bosses do talk a lot amongst themselves. Ricard just doesn't have good vocal cords. Alessia, I don't know why she doesn't talk. I bobbed my head as I listened along. It all made some sense. Are they sapient then? The thought sent shivers of excitement through me. Maybe I wouldn't be as lonely as I was before. It would be nice to have people who I could talk to. Not so much as you would think. Looking at my log, the closest you have would be Alessia and Ricard. They are both very close to awakening. On the other hand, Aaron is just a battle junkie, so I'm not sure about him. But, he may come around soon enough. I couldn't help but feel a little disappointed at that statement. I just wanted some people I could talk to. Thank you, Karen, for your help. Would you mind accompanying me then? I want to get some training done and learn some more skills. He nodded his head and pulled his hood back over his head. Your wish is my command. As usual, here is my shameless advertising. Join my Discord. This is where you will usually find me. https://discord.gg/cwdcd8. Join my Patreon if you want to support me in my writing. https://www.patreon.com/silentoverseer. Also, a thank you to everyone who has pledged so far, love. We both teleported back to Aaron, who was in the middle of admiring his new weapons. Lieutenant. I called out to him as we approached him. The courtyard was mostly empty, with the undead doing who knows what right now. The skeleton tore his gaze from his gloves and looked over at us, and chittered something. He said he appreciates the gloves. They make hitting things easier for his fist. Well, I am glad that you like them, Aaron. But anyway, would you be interested in training with me? I want to learn some close-quarter combat techniques. I crossed my arms and shifted my weight to my left hip. He bobbed his head and clenched his fist, which was a bit of a comical considering that he was a skeleton that was completely in the nude outside of wearing a pair of gloves. He said that is fine with him. His only issue is that you look weak, and he wouldn't want to hurt you. I glared at the skeleton for a moment, feeling slightly offended at that comment. I'm a big girl, I can take care of myself. I huffed back at him. Just 'cause I was a girl didn't mean that I was weak. Aaron tilted his head, and a cascade of chittering escaped from his mouth, and Karen bobbed his hooded head. He said he knows that, but he has a class milestone on you, and you are still level 1. So he was just trying to look out after you, is all. A defeated sigh escaped from my lips. You have a point. I just don't want anyone looking down on me 'cause I am a girl is all. Aaron made a noise akin to laughter and bent over. I threw a glance over towards Karen, curious to know what the buzz was all about. He thinks you are funny. Genders don't have meaning to undead the way they do to the living. It's all the same to us. Ah, that made sense. At least I didn't have to worry about getting sexually discriminated against here. I see. Well, anyway, would you be willing to teach me some skills? Aaron vehemently bobbed his head. He said it would honor him to do so. So what do you want to learn specifically? What did I want to learn? I thought back to the orange light that seemed to radiate from his bones. It was called ki or something like that. I want to learn a movement technique if you know one, and I want to learn how to manipulate ki. Aaron bobbed his head and gestured towards the center of the courtyard. The two of us followed along behind him quietly, and a well of anticipation filled my stomach. I was beyond excited to learn new skills, especially since I haven't really taken the time lately to learn anything new. A few undead were milling about on the perimeter of the outpost, stumbling across a well-worn path and around the ruined fountain. It must be a sad life to repeat the same action. One day I hope to free them all from their fate. I tore my gaze from some of the undead and glanced at Aaron. He stood straight and chittered something towards Karen. My companion bobbed his head and replied. I wish I could understand what the two were saying. I felt a little left out and slightly perturbed at the fact that I had to use Karen as an intermediary. So, Aaron has agreed to train you. However, for the sake of making this easier, I will be explaining base concepts to you, and Aaron will be your partner. Yeah, that's fair. It would get a bit confusing otherwise. What will I be taught first? I asked as I created a hair tie and began pulling my hair back into a tight ponytail. So I am going to get you started with ki manipulation since you need it for other skills. Luckily for you, ki manipulation doesn't count towards active skills and instead gets folded into your passives tree. I finished with my hair and nodded, intrigued by his words. Why doesn't it count as an auxiliary skill? Well, that's a complicated question, without a straightforward answer. The system doesn't categorize certain things as skills and instead sees them as amplifiers or as passives. For example, if I were to give you a sword, and you learn how to use it, it wouldn't be a skill. It would be seen as a cumulative effect as the system stores progress. Outwardly, it doesn't affect too much, but it paves the way for skills and titles. Karen pulled back his hood and sat down on the ground. I think I understand it. It's strange, where I come from, we don't have a system, so I'm not used to everything having a qualitative value to it. I ran through some stretches that I haven't used since I graduated from high school, trying to get ready for what was to come. How odd. I didn't realize that there would be worlds like that out there. But I wish I could explain it better. But even as a system companion, there are some things that I don't have answers for. So I apologize, mistress. Karen gave me a small bow and sounded disappointed. Don't worry about it. Shit happens, but anyway, before we start, I have a question about stats. Can I only level them up with points, or can I train them? Yes. You can train each stat and increase it. The system is inherently organic, but eventually, you will reach a plateau that can't be breached without the use of stat points. Now that it was on a topic he was much more versed in, and he seemed as happy as a skeleton could be. I see. How do I get more stat points outside of leveling up? I sat on the ground and reached towards my toe, slightly embarrassed that I was already sweating, and could feel my heart pounding roughly in my chest. You can get them through class milestones, titles, and even some gear give innate passives towards stats. There really was so much to keep track of, and most of it was almost alien to me. I only knew of some of this stuff through my Wikia diving. I never actually thought that I would live with it. Thank you, Karen. I think I should be ready to go. I got limbered up, so I am ready to learn whatever it is you have to teach. I stood up and dusted off the dirt off my pants. I really need to create some more clothing for myself. I just didn't want to spend the essence to do it just yet. Not with everything that has to be done still. Good. The first thing will be ki manipulation, which will require you to meditate and get to your ki level. However, there are a few things to note about it. The first major thing is that excluding a few exceptions, it cannot be pulled from the environment. Most ki is generated from you and is stored within your body. His eyes dimmed for a moment as he talked. I think when that happens, he is usually consulting something. But I wasn't too sure. I sat down and crossed my legs, getting ready to meditate once more. So what is ki exactly? I know in my world there are various definitions of it, so I'm not sure what it means here. I sat back on my hands and watched my companion. In the corner of my vision, I saw Aaron was making his way over to us. Ki is a bit like mana. Where mana has to do with altering the physical environment, ki affects the user's self. It amplifies various things, including strength, health, bone density, and whatnot. Ah, that made sense. But there was a disconnect that I was curious about. So why do some classes have no access to mana if they use ki? Aaron made it over to use and sat down next to me, and crossed his legs. It seems he was just as interested in the conversation as I was. That is also a hard question. But it comes down to the user. The more you train in one field, the harder it is to find the others. Let's take Aaron, for example. He holds a monk-style class. The path that a living being would take to get to that class and class milestone would slowly sever the connection they had with the physical world as they focus inward. To negate this, you would want to train both, though it's hard to balance. His jaw clicked together as he talked, directed towards my skeletal friend to my right. What a strange language they shared. I think I understand, and it's like a mind and body thing. But where does the soul come into play? Why did using it sever my connection to mana? I wish I had my notebook, but I dropped it off in my office. I would just have to do my best to make sure that I could remember it all. That's a question I may not answer at the moment, for I am forbidden from giving you that answer, at least until you figure it out for yourself. He bowed once more, and I got more annoyed. Why the hell couldn't he tell me? How do they expect me to figure that out with such little information? I glared at Karen for a few moments, thoroughly angry that he couldn't tell me. Whatever, I guess. I'll figure it out eventually, and I won't push you to tell me. Can we get back on the topic at hand? How do I manipulate my ki, and what are those exceptions you talked about earlier? Karen straightened up and ran his bony hands down his cloak. Thank you, mistress. But to answer your questions, once you are in your ki realm, meditate once more on whatever your foundation is, and figure out how to get your ki to circulate through your body. Once you do that, it becomes much easier to manipulate it to your desire. As for the exceptions, some skills steal ki from targets. First, however, you must learn how to filter it and turn it into yours. Otherwise, it poisons you. I stared at a rock on the ground as I processed his words. So I have to meditate on my foundation, which in my case, would be that stone platform that I saw when I visited it last. As for the rest, it really made me think. Ki relies on the body, mana falls in line with the mind and the outward environment, and the soul is, well, the soul. It was all so much to take it, and some of it made little sense. Thank you, Karen, anyway, and I am going to dive in now and get to work. I will let you know when I am ready. I bit my lip as a wave of anxiety washed over me as I closed my eyes and meditated. I appeared back in my ki realm once my meditation skill activated. Bolts of orange energy danced through the air, and globs of liquid floated aimlessly. Bolts of lightning smashed into the platform at rhythmic intervals. So all I had to do here was learn how to manipulate ki. It shouldn't be too hard, hopefully. I walked across the air and onto the stone platform. A faint orange fog hung in the air and pressed down into the surrounding area. The energy crackled and vibrated as it parted for me, allowing for me to sit down on the foundation. As soon as I entered the area, it immediately wrapped itself around me, threatening to push me to the ground. But I kept on until I reached the center and sat. The jagged rocks bit through my pants and crunched under my weight. Now that I was here, I could see the rough outline of my body in the sky, and a circle of 7 padlocks sat on my chest, and that hazy mist extended outwards for as far as the eye could see. I looked around and listened to the crackling of an unseen power. Now, how would I do this? I crossed my legs and closed my eyes, and cleared my mind, which was far easier than I thought it would be, given the amount of trouble that I had getting this skill in the first place. I let out a sigh and focused on the power that existed in this area. Now, how was I going to do this? I can't just force it as I did with my soul. I took a deep breath and focused on the power, and tried to pull it towards me. However, it ended up ignoring me and drifted through my attempts to wrangle it. Finally, I opened my eyes and watched the waves of energy as they lazily soared through the air. However, the bolts of power picked up in intensity and dug small craters into the stone platform. Small globs of debris rained down from the air and crashed into me, though it didn't really hurt all that much. I stared at the bolts of lightning for a moment as I tried to work out a plan. If forcing it wouldn't work, what if I tried to let one of them impact me? It must be filled with ki, so if I let one hit me fill me, shouldn't it fill me with ki and speed up the process a bit? I must be going slightly mad if I am just going to lie there and get struck by lightning. I can't say that I am too keen on more pain, especially not after the whole soul-fracturing incident. I just don't have time to sit there and figure out how to do this any other way. I clenched my fist since I decided and approached the area with a fair amount of trepidation. This was a bad idea, but I didn't have the patience just to sit here and meditate on using my ki. I sat down and clenched back the fear that was twisting in my stomach. This is gonna hurt like hell. I could feel it in my bones. I swear a part of me is becoming a masochist. I held my breath and counted my heartbeat. On the 7th, all of my nerves lit on fire, and then I heard the peal of lightning fill my ears. My body locked up, and I collapsed as I lost control. The pain was still unbearable even with the pain-resistant stat. Why the fuck did I think that was a good idea? I writhed on the ground as my cells absorbed the power that coursed through my veins. Then, finally, I twisted and rolled away just before another bolt of power dug into the stone. The pain still bit at my nerves, but it was a little more bearable. But with each passing second, the power within me welled and pressed against my insides. With each heartbeat, I felt like I was on the cusps of exploding. I fought back the feeling, yet it refused to subside. I struggled and fought to contain it, but it was a losing battle. I knew that this was a bad idea. Why did I have to be so stupid? I forced myself up and glanced around the room, desperate to release the buildup of power inside of me. I wrapped my arms around myself and glanced at the padlocks that hung above me. They must be the key to stop this. But how was I going to get it out? What if I treated it the same way that I treat the soul in my medium? I closed my eyes and focused on the tidal wave in my chest, and pushed it out. It resisted at first, but I fought back with everything that I had. But much to my dismay, it didn't budge, and I panicked. I didn't know what to do or how even to fix this. My eyes flung open, and I glanced around like an animal locked in a cage as the pain grew sharper and my vision blurred. I collapsed onto my knees and grasped my head, regretting this decision with every part of my being. I focused inwards once again and tried to change my approach. If I couldn't force it, I would guide it. I took short, quivering breaths since it was beyond hard to breathe and tried to construct a plan. I would have to try to shift the power's path and get it concentrated elsewhere, but how would I guide it? My pain-addled mind tried to come up with a solution but to no avail. The pressure in my chest slowly changed from ballooning outwards to a steady staccato of pulses that lit every nerve with searing pain. I fought and struggled as it reached new heights, though it paled compared to what I felt with the soul fracturing. Eventually, I fell onto the stone platform in a twitching heap as the power racked my body before I passed out. Based on your previous choices, you have unlocked a key aspect. The aspect of lightning. Instead of slowly approaching an unknown, you chose instead to fling yourself into it. With each choice, you face it head-on, often looking for the easiest way to defeat it. Sometimes, however, the easiest choice may not be the best one. All ki-based abilities now have increased speed and power, at the cost of some defense and increased stamina usage. Titles earned. Walker of Two Paths. Instead of embracing one aspect of three, you instead have taken two. Will you continue to walk this path? Effect unknown. Force of will 2. You continue to show your will by subjecting yourself to unimaginable pain. Increased pain tolerance. +2 base will. Ki saturation, lightning aspect. While meditating in your foundation, a bolt of pure ki lightning struck you, filling your cells with purified ki. Base increase of +2 to all physical traits. Plus, a flat increase to your overall perception. You now have ki manipulation I woke up in the courtyard, quickly dismissing the screen that obscured my vision. I felt stronger than I ever had before. The world felt crisper, and I could even more clearly see the dust that glided through the air and the rays of light. All the surrounding colors were far more vibrant and saturated with colors I have never even seen before. I sat up and rubbed my head, surprised at the fact that I didn't really feel all that bad. Maybe a few aches, but nothing more than that, surprisingly. I looked around and noticed that the movements were much more fluid than before. Aaron was to my right, still, with his legs crossed. A hazy orange glow came from his body and cast a faint glow on the gray stones under him. Karen was busy humming to himself and playing with some fire and water that danced between his fingertips, which made me slightly jealous. But at least I had my soul powers and ki. Karen tore his gaze from his magic and glanced at me. With this improved vision, I could see various indents and scratches on his bones. "Oh, so you're finally awake." "Yeah," I mumbled to myself and stretched out. My muscles felt strange. Like they were springs that were ready to fire at any moment while simultaneously being limber. It was an intoxicating feeling. Maybe I should have spent more time in the gym if this was what it felt like to be healthy. He stared at me for a moment before he mashed his teeth together. "I am very disappointed in you." His words rang in my ears for a moment as a wave of confusion washed over me. "Why? What did I do?" I brought my legs back to my chest and glanced at him as dozens of thoughts danced around my mind. "I can't believe you were dumb enough to sit in the path of a key lighting. Why would you do something so moronic? You could have died." I swear I could hear anger through his monotonous words. "I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do, and I got frustrated trying to meditate it out since you didn't tell me how else to do it." I shot back, instantly on the defensive. "Calixa, you need to practice restraint and better judgment. I shouldn't have to tell you not to sit in the way of a lightning bolt. But, you also have to realize that all of our lives are intertwined with yours. If you were to perish, we would all go with you. It's not just about you but all of us." He mashed his teeth together, emphasizing his words. His words struck a nerve, and immediately I felt guilty. He was right, of course. I was a little impatient and jumped ahead without thinking. "Yes, Karen, I'm sorry. I didn't think about all of that. I was just trying to get stronger quickly, so I can protect myself and everything else here." I wrapped my arms around my knees and glanced away from him, wallowing in my shame. "I'm not all that mad. I can't change what happened there, just so long as you know the mistakes you could have made. As for the rest, let us worry about it. The bosses know what is on the line and can be brought back to life. You can't. We need you so we can exist. So please, Calixa, rely on us, as much as we rely on you, okay?" I felt his bony hand on my shoulder, and his words took a seemingly softer tone. I nodded my head and glanced in his direction once again, choosing to focus on the buildings behind him, however. "I understand. I'll do my best from now on, Karen." My reply was meek since I was still far too embarrassed to look directly at him. Well, only partially embarrassed, mostly ashamed of my actions. A short second later, a stinging pain spread across my forehead, causing my head to jerk back. I shot a glare towards Karen, who was the culprit of my pain, as he pulled his hand away from me. "Good, now that I have your attention, you still have some training to do with the lieutenant, yes?" I rubbed my forehead, trying to massage out the pain from the unnaturally powerful flick. "Yeah, I suppose I should get to that," I mumbled angrily to myself as I stood up and saw that Aaron was standing there menacingly. I cleared my throat awkwardly as I stared at my underling. His gloved fist curled into a tight fist. He clacked his teeth a few times, clearly asking me something. "He's curious if you are ready or not." I heard Karen call out behind me. "Damn, a girl just wakes up from almost dying, and I don't even get a break?" A quick chitter back was the response I got from Aaron, which my companion quickly translated. He said that sounds like a personal problem, and to get to it, Empress. Though the title of Empress seemed to be tacked on as an afterthought, I felt that Karen left out a few words. I snickered at Aaron and raised my hands. "Wow, I didn't realize that you were so rude. Maybe you should learn to respect your elders." It was fun being able to talk shit with someone and helped push away some of the guilt that was still coiled tightly in my chest. He chittered once more and raised his fist. "He said you would have to make him. But anyway, let me go over the general rules of sparing if that's what you want to do. Aaron is a boss, so we can revive him free of cost if you manage to defeat him. He will take it easier on you until you get a few levels, so you aren't hurt too badly. Anything goes really in these kinds of fights." I bobbed my head in agreement. "Got it. Bear with me for a bit while I get used to some of these skills, please, Aaron." I called over to him as I focused on the power that I felt in my chest. It was much like what I felt in my key realm, though compacted into a tight sphere that was rapidly spinning inside of my chest. Alright, so now that it was compacted, I just had to use it, but how was the question? Now that I have my companion here, why don't I ask him? "Hey Karen, how do I use ki? I have the manipulation skill, and I'm just not sure on how to use it." Ki is compacted in your chest in a core, and much like a volcano, it's constantly ready to erupt. However, you get to decide when it's released. You just have to point it in the right direction. Now, with that being said, you have to keep two things in mind while using it. The first is that it will flow with the easiest path. The second is that you have to limit how much you use. If you let it out all at once, you will quickly use it up. so it's best to keep a small, steady flow until you have more ki compressed. I closed my eyes and thought over his words. So it's like a volcano, huh? I pulled my attention inwards for a moment and felt how it spun around. Small staccatos of power would bounce across its surface before being quickly reabsorbed by the ball of energy. Alright, so I had to limit how much I use, and it would flow with the easiest path. I just had to keep track of these things. I slightly released my hold on the sphere and directed it towards my legs. Instead of a trickle of energy that I was expecting, it was a torrential flood of power that erupted from my core and quickly rushed through hidden trails in my body. A sense of strength filled me, and I opened my eyes and saw a faint haze of golden-orange energy coming from my lower half. That was so cool. I attempted to do a small bunny hop to see what it was like and instead jumped 5 feet into the air. My heart was hammering away in my chest as I grew excited. I slowly turned off the ki that was rushing to my legs and felt that the core had grown a little smaller and turned a little slower. So Karen, how quickly does it replenish? Depending on your proficiency with it, anywhere from all day to just a few minutes. It's a skill that also heavily relies on meditation to master, though, so you have to stay on top of that if you want to keep compressing more power into your core. Karen walked over small cropping of rocks that sat a little ways away from us and sat down and brought down his hood. I see, so do I have to ascend realms or anything and cultivate ki? All this talk made me think about all those cultivations I've seen on various writing sites and filled me with a bit of fear that I would have to sit here and meditate for years to get anywhere worthwhile. What? I have no clue what you mean by that. The only thing that you are doing is using your own body's resources to get stronger. It's kind of like a muscle. The more you use it, the stronger it becomes. He stared at me for a moment, clearly baffled by my words. Don't worry about it. Just another thing from my world. I waved him away as I focused back on Aaron. I brought my hands back up and glanced at them. As I tried to work out a plan, toning out Karen's murmur about how my world was a strange one. So what if I infuse my legs and fist with ki? It should mushroom my speed and strength, though I was curious about what would happen since my right hand is my medium. I channeled the power into my first and saw it light up softly. I was very careful not to let too much escape, but just enough to make me a little stronger. My hand and medium pulsed once, and I activated my soul claw since I was already familiar with it. The soul in my hand quivered as the ki met it and extended outwards much faster than last time. I raised my fingers to the air, marveling at their appearance for a moment. This was all so awesome. Sometimes I still couldn't believe that this was real. I gave my soul claw a few test swings and immediately was struck with how easily they cut through the air. With each slice, I could hear the air whistle and felt my muscles ripple with power. Oh yeah, look at me, I'm slowly becoming a badass. I did a small dance, completely forgetting that I had my 2 skeletal friends with me. However, their blank stares were enough to pull me back and mumble a meek apology. I cleared my throat and felt my cheeks warm up. Anyway, Aaron, do you have a high-speed movement technique? I want something that would let me cross distances quickly. He tilted his head and vanished before reappearing right in front of me. A small gust of wind rocked me as the air was quickly displaced. Damn, he was fast. Whatever that skill was, I wanted it. I wanted to be able to do cool stuff like that too, but I was also a child at heart. Aaron's inky black eye sockets stared at me as he chittered out a long sentence. He said the move is called Shuanpa, and he is happy to teach it to you. However, there are a few things to keep in mind while using it. The first thing is that it is extremely demanding at low levels on stamina and ki, at least until you level it up. The next is that if you wish to use it consecutively, you have to be touching a surface. Otherwise, the skill is unusable. The more I listened, the more questions I had, but I should first work on the basics. That's fine, Aaron, just teach me the skill, and I will do my best to make sure that I train the skill with it the best I can. He nodded his head, and Karen crossed his bony legs. Something was telling me that this was going to be a very long day. I collapsed on the ground in an exhausted heap. I've been here with these two for well over 5 hours, and I still haven't made any progress with the skill. I sucked at the air as my heart hammered away in my chest. My entire body ached, and I found it incredibly hard to move. Why did learning new skills have to be so damned hard? The entire basis of the skill was moving in as few steps as possible to a location. However, I had to keep up ki usage during it, which was a lot harder than it looked for various reasons. However, the biggest one being that my stamina bar drained rapidly because ki was only a small fraction of what I had to do. The rest relied on my body and strength, and I was clearly out of shape, even with the title buffs I received. I sucked in another deep breath and glanced at my notification menu, and saw that I added a point into strength and endurance throughout this entire ordeal. I just wanted this stupid skill. A quiet huff escaped from my lips, and I felt myself getting angry before I heard Karen's words in the back of my mind. I needed to be patient, and rushing things won't help. If I take a little time to get this skill, then that is okay. I would eventually get it. But maybe it was best that I take a break. I have been doing this for a little while, after all. Alright, guys. I'm probably going to take a small nap and ponder on what I can do to make this a little easier on me, along with working on some lore for the domain. I told them both as I stood up. My body ached, and I was exhausted. As a domain god, I know that I didn't need sleep, but my being craved it. That's fine, mistress. Just message us if you need something. I waved my hand towards Karen and teleported back to my office. I walked over to the desk and grabbed my bag, and flung myself onto the cot. It wasn't the most comfortable thing I've ever slept on, but at the moment, it was perfect. I rolled onto my back and rifled through it. What I wanted were my notebook and a bottle of water, and a snack bar. Not because I needed it, but because I wanted it. I quickly unwrapped it and devoured it. The sweet taste of a chocolate chip sat on my tongue, and I relished it for a bit. Really, it was the little things that mattered the most. It reminded me of the life that I left behind. I didn't miss most of my life, just some of it. I unscrewed the water bottle and quickly downed half of it in one gulp, enjoying the fresh, cold taste that seemed to travel into my chest. Ah yes, how I've missed that feeling. I quickly screwed the cap back on and tucked it into my bag again, so I wouldn't be tempted to drink the rest of it. I grabbed my notebook and pen and jotted out some thoughts I've had throughout the day, along with some of the stuff I wanted to test out once I was finished with my nap. A yawn forced its way through my lips, and I closed my notebook and placed it on the floor before rolling over onto my stomach and falling into a deep sleep. Surprise! It's like 12:30 a.m. for me, and instead of writing another chapter, I just decided to edit and post one from my backlog. Let me know if something seems weird, and I'll fix it ASAP. My eyes fluttered open and locked onto the concrete ceiling of my office. My body hurt in places that I didn't even know existed. I really need to work out more. I groaned as I rolled over to my side, only to have a minor heart attack, when I saw Alessia sitting in my chair, looking over my notebook. Alessia, what are you doing? I asked as I sat up and tried to calm my pounding heart. She tore her gaze from my notebook and glanced at me. Her eyes focused on me, and all I saw for a moment were two orbs of brilliant gold with sapphire flecks. Her skin was slightly more opaque than before, and her hair had more substance. I felt my breath catch in my throat as I stared at her, entranced for a short time before I cleared my throat and averted my gaze. She caught me totally off guard there. I didn't expect to see her so alive, nor just chilling in my chair. She closed my notebook and placed it on the table. She mouthed something towards me, yet no words came out. I stared at her lips for a moment as I tried to decipher her words, but I wasn't all that great at reading lips. I'm sorry, Alessia. I don't understand what you are trying to say to me. I sat up and rubbed my eyes, and pulled my hair back into a bun. Alessia reached out towards my bag and reached inside, and pulled out a pen. It slightly irked me that she felt she had the right to go through my stuff, though I would say nothing outwardly about it. At least until I knew what she was up to. She flipped open the notebook to a blank page and jotted something down while I stood up and stretched out a bit before walking over, curious about what she was writing. Once I made it over to the desk, I pulled the notebook away from her and quickly read what she wrote. Empress, it appears that you cannot hear my words. I apologize for my inability to communicate with you properly. Please forgive me. I shook my head at her and let out a small chuckle. It's all right, I don't mind. I'm just glad that I can finally talk to you. She quickly jotted out more stuff while I took a second to look myself over. My clothes were dirty, and I'm pretty sure that I smelled, and that was a thought that didn't sit too well with me. I think that had to do with kitchen work, though. I detested being covered with food or anything else of the sort. However, the thought sent a pang of sadness through my chest. I didn't realize how much I missed it. I just don't know what food was edible here in the area, and I wasn't gonna take the risk of using anything here, anyway. Not with zombies that roamed around. That's a quick way to get sick. I stretched out, and my nose curled when I confirmed the ugly truth. I stank. Maybe it was time I jumped back into the lake and got clean and created a new set of clothing. Hopefully, a set will last longer, so I can store these for later. I just didn't know what I wanted, and I had to be careful 'cause I may splurge with essence that I don't have. I glanced back over to the notepad once I heard the scribbling stop and skimmed it over. Anyway, it has come to my knowledge that you have been training with the lieutenant, and I find that information somewhat troublesome. He is a bloodthirsty skeleton, and I worry about your well-being. I nodded my head and pulled a chair over to my desk to sit down. I don't think you have too much to worry about. They all know what's at stake if I get hurt. Besides, I'm just trying to get skills set up for when the domain opens up. Trying to find my path and all that. I rested my elbows on the table and interlaced my fingers as I watched her face. A flicker of a pout appeared on her face before it vanished, and she grabbed the pen once more and scribbled. You didn't think to come to me first? It's not that I didn't think about coming to you first. You were just busy training, and I wanted to learn some close-range combat skills, and he seemed like the best bet. I didn't realize that it meant that much to you. I stared at her for a few moments, thinking over her words. I definitely think she is the most expressive out of the bunch by far. It's kind of amusing how seriously she takes her job, though. As your chosen, I insist you come to me with such endeavors, for I am more than happy to assist you in any way that I can. Oh, it sounds like you just want me for yourself there, Alessia. I shot back with a chuckle. Her eyes, however, betrayed nothing. What I desire is for me to know. So, please, just tell me ahead of time, so I may accompany you. You are my charge, after all. Yeah, don't worry. I wasn't planning on going back to Erin for a little while, anyway. My body hurt from all the training yesterday. So how are the recruits for the honor guard doing? I asked as I meandered back to the bed, far too exhausted for anything else. She grabbed the notebook, pulled a chair over to us, sat down, and started writing again as I lay in bed. I think this was the first time that I actually got to be lazy for once since I got here, and I have to say, it feels lovely. They are all subpar, and I am slowly weeding out the weak. Only the best shall serve you, Lady Asteria. Ah, that's good. Do what you must with them. A yawn escaped from my lips, and I opened up my menu to start creating some stuff. Namely, a blanket so I could lay here all warm and cozy. Anyway, now that we are talking, what do you remember of the past? Before you became an undead? I glanced at her sideways as I tried to gauge her reaction. She stared off into space for a moment, and a look of sadness crossed her face as she wrote. I am afraid I can't recall anything clearly, only small tidbits, and from what I gathered from your book here. The only thing I know for sure is that I am duty-bound to protect you at all costs and that I am yours and yours alone. Damn, a part of me felt bad. I mean, I sat here and created an alternative reality for her. The question is, should I tell her or leave it as is? Is there anything else? Her face scrunched up slightly as she thought it over before the pen touched the paper once more and filled the room with the constant scribble of writing. As she did, I created a large fluffy blanket to wrap myself up and relax for a little while. Now all that was left was clothing, but I guess that could wait till I got up. Well, lately, the haze has gotten thinner, and more knowledge has come to me. For example, as I was training the honor guard, I had a flashback of marching with the 12th Legion to the stronghold along with a platoon of honor guard trainees, though I can't seem to recall the reasoning for it. How odd, it seems that trait I unlocked seems to be paying dividends by slowly adding to memories, but of things that never actually happened or of thoughts that may have passed throughout the day. Maybe I could get away with not telling her the truth. But was I willing to lie to her about everything? Was it a choice I was willing to live with? I see. Thank you for that, Alessia. You've answered a few questions I had on my mind about everything. I lay there quietly for a few moments as I struggled with myself. I felt guilty for changing her memories, but honestly, how would she know? On the other hand, she has my notebook, so maybe she already knows about it. Alessia, would you be mad at me if I told you that what you remember was a lie? The silence was deafening as I waited. Each second that ticked by took longer than the last until I heard the pen hit the paper. The thought of her hating me filled my heart with terror as I waited. Soon enough, however, the writing came to a close, and I dreaded rolling over to see it. I swallowed a deep breath and quickly threw myself over to see what she wrote on the paper. I suppose I should be angry with you. However, I am also thankful. Undead like me are just husks. Just mere shadows of what we were in life. While the potential is there to detest you, I can't bring myself to do it. I have a purpose and a drive, and because of that, the haze that surrounds me is slowly lifting, and everything is becoming clear once again. The breath I held clenched in my chest, quickly evacuated, and the anxiety that was coiled around my heart was replaced with relief. I'm sorry for doing it. I would have felt bad keeping that from you. We all had a feeling it happened, mostly the named ones. But we embraced it. No longer are we nameless undead who wander aimlessly. We are the undead of Asteria now, and we will go wherever the path may take us. I teared up slightly at the words and nodded my head. Thank you, Alessia. I will do my best to guide you no matter what it takes. I pulled the blanket up a little higher and snuggled into the warmth. I opened my eyes and glanced at the clock and saw that a few hours had passed. Maybe I should really cut back on sleeping, it may be a problem in the future, but I just loved it far too much to give it up. I glanced around the room and saw that Alessia was sitting at my chair with her feet propped on the desk. She was running a finger across the blade of her poleaxe and staring at it thoughtfully. Good evening. Sorry that I fell asleep again. I felt bad just leaving her all alone again, but at least I felt significantly better than last time. In fact, I felt like I was ready to go again with training. So see, sleeping isn't so bad. She shifted the poleaxe and reached for the notebook she had on the desk. While she did that, I suppose I should get up and get some clothes made for myself. Maybe some armor, too, while I was at it. I stretched and enjoyed how loose and limber I felt. She extended the notebook out to me after a time, and I gave it a quick look over. I have no quarrels with it. I'm content to sit here looking after you, ensuring your safety. Are you out to do more training later? Yeah, right after I get some clothing made. I want to learn Shuanpa from Aaron and pick up some hand-to-hand combat skills. After that, I want to learn how to use a sword and then work on my soul skills for a bit. I yawned again as I opened up my menu and gave her back my notebook. I would probably create a book for her to use so she wouldn't take up my precious paper. Now, what kind of clothing did I want? I want something that I can wear to train with, and then something to have as dress wear for when the time came. Something that would denote my status as Empress. Alessia sat beside me as I thought about the various things I could make. I wanted something stretchy for starters to train in. I wanted to be comfortable and look decent at the same time, though I don't think that mattered too much since the undead surrounded me. I felt the notebook brush my hand, and I took it and skimmed it over as I planned out my clothing. I will attend your training to ensure that the lieutenant does not get overzealous and harm you. As for swordsmanship, I can teach you that. My class gives me innate passives for all melee weapons. I handed the paper back to her and designed a pair of elastic pants and a crop top with a training bra. It was gonna cost me, but I needed it. That would be amazing. I've never held a sword before, though. As I spoke, I worked out a few kinks with the clothing and settled on making everything slate gray. Unfortunately, I was far too lazy at the moment to make sure that everything was matching color-wise. The clothing quickly formed around me, and I saved the template as Calixta's exercise wear. I had a feeling that I was going to go through a lot of these. Hopefully, it was worth the cost. I ran my hands over the fabric, enjoying the soft feel and mentally giggling at the fact that I could make designer clothes here, and there would be no one here to stop me. I adjusted my hair and glanced at Alessia, and spun around. What do you think? She stared at me for a moment, and the corner of her eye twitched ever so slightly. I strongly disagree with how revealing that outfit is. What if someone were to see? I shrugged at her and created a pair of socks to go with my shoes. So, all that is around here is undead, not much in the man department if that is what you are worried about. I quickly pulled on my shoes and sat back on my cot. Alessia looked slightly in distress as she jotted something out. Empress, I refuse to let anyone gaze at you in such a lascivious manner or even lay a hand on you. I read her words and chuckled. Relax, you don't need to be so high-strung, it's not like I'm going to do anything. I'm far too busy with you guys, anyway. Ready to go? Her jaw clenched for a moment, and she nodded her head and set the notebook down, and we teleported out towards the stronghold. All the while, I was curious about how she was so emotional as a spirit and why she was slowly growing more solid as time passed. The world around me shifted as the teleport function finished, and I appeared in the courtyard. A few of the undead were moving in squads around the outskirts of the stronghold. They were becoming more unified and a little more intelligent, though considering what they were, anything improved. I crossed my arms and looked around for Aaron, though much to my annoyance, I had no clue where he was. Come along, Alessia, let us find our wayward officer. I waved my hand towards her and walked towards the main building. I'll have the captain send a detachment of undead back to the mines, so I can start building up my stone supply once more. I had no clue how much was left there, but I might as well dry it out while I still had the time to do it without interference from the adventurers. I walked up the staircase and pushed open the massive wooden door, revealing a large lobby. A dozen undead were positioned around the large lobby watching over everything. Sadly, however, there wasn't much to guard over right now, just an empty stronghold filled with the undead. I strode past the zombies and skeletons and puffed my chest out just a little. I have some acting to keep on. I made a quick motion, pulled up the map of this building, and started walking through it. I could have just teleported to where Aaron was, but really, I just wanted an excuse to explore the area a bit and see my handiwork. So far, it looked good, but I would go through and touch the rooms a bit more once my stone reserve was fixed. Hell, I'll even expand the building a bit along with adding in a few more. I still have a little longer left on the protection period. I glanced at the map and saw that he was in a room in the far back of the building along with the officers of the Legion. I went onwards through the hallways, checking out the rooms and planning out what they were going to be. Since this was the main building, I guess each room would have to fill an administrative purpose and a few bunk areas. I'll even make a few rooms for my officers. Though the stress was real, I had such little time for everything. Maybe I should cut back on the sleep a bit and go from there. A small sigh escaped from my lips as I felt a tension headache build up. This was so much work. I'm just thankful my bosses could manage the undead for me. Otherwise, I may just implode from the stress of everything. I pinched the bridge of my nose and pressed on a little more as I mapped out more of the building, until I came to a set of wooden doors that were propped open. Coming from the inside, I heard the familiar chittering of Aaron and a reply in the form of a guttural moan from Rickard. I puffed my chest up and pressed the door open, which swung silently on its hinges, and I strode into the room. Appearances, Calixa, gotta keep it up when you are in public. A handful of lifeless eyes locked onto me as I marched in. In the middle of the room was a large table with a large paper map of my current domain on it, which looked like TI was hand-drawn. More than likely, that was Karen's doing. A large window on the far stone wall let a handful of rays of light into the room, basing everyone in the soft twilight glow. Rickard and Aaron stood next to each other, with the skeleton pointing towards a spot. A few of the elites were here as well, staring at the map. I had yet to decide on their ranks, but for now, I may just settle on calling them warrant officers. Considering that I had a lieutenant already, and a captain, so it works out. Maybe down the road, once the domain grew and I could afford to field larger armies, promotions would be in order. Greetings, everyone, I called out as I crossed the distance towards the table. I could feel Alessia's presence on my right. It was slightly comforting, though I did suffer a slight chill in response. All the undead gave me a small bow, and Karen spoke up. Welcome, mistress. What brings you here? I was actually searching for the lieutenant here. I wanted to get back to training. But what's going on? I asked as I leaned against the table and looked over the map. The location on the mine was already marked and circled along with a few key areas. The captain here wanted to begin defense preparations, and you were away at your office. So we were working out troop deployments and key locations to hold. They wish to be prepared for the invaders once they return. Ah, the map was making a little more sense. But that was an odd term. Usually, he just calls them adventures, so I'm not sure what's up with that. I'll have to pull him to the side and see why. I'm also just thankful that my leadership is competent and can make choices on their own. I see. That is a perfect call, thank you, Captain. What are we looking at doing? Karen pointed towards the first circle on the map. The thin tip of his finger pressed against the paper, crinkling it slightly. This is a key route towards the stronghold. The forest here is thinner, so we will tear down a few trees and create a road and a small defensive area around it. We will also send a few detachments towards the mines to hold it there since we don't want to lose a precious resource. The rest are just areas we may deploy troops to hold for now until we get reinforcements. Wow, I am actually thrilled that they can do this on their own. Though a part of me felt bad that I was essentially useless. I lacked experience with troop deployments, though in my defense, I didn't have to worry about that back on Earth. Very good. Effective immediately, I will promote all the elites to warrant officers, and they will be the best fighter for their specified detachment. I want all free hands to be out collecting plants and fibers so I can convert it into uniforms. All the plants collected will be placed by the fountain for collection. I will also have weapons made and produced shortly to shore up defenses. The captain nodded his head and shot a look towards one of the skeletons in the room. They stared at each other for a moment before the skeleton ran out of the room. I wish I could communicate with the other undead like that. But I don't mind the delegation. It saves me time in the end. Thank you, mistress. Karen gave me a small bow, and I waved him away. Anyway, how are the undead in the domain doing? Any close to evolution or unlocking a new class? I asked as I placed both my hands against the table and leaned into it. My companion nodded his head and crossed his arms. Yes, a few of the feral skeletons that roam the outside of the stronghold have displayed some bone manipulation skills. We can send a few of the honor guards out to gather a few and see if we can force an evolution into them. It would be nice to increase our resources. Fair enough. Why are they considered feral, though? Such strange words were leaving my companion's mouth and left me with a sense of confusion. Things have been changing quickly since that trait changed a few days ago. We refer to them as feral since they are not a part of the army. They keep to themselves and have often clashed with the Legion. Some may not come willingly. I scrunched my eyebrows as I realized the severity of what was occurring. Thank you, Karen. Alessia, please send a few spirits out and capture a few of the skeletons that have bone manipulation. Place them wherever we can and keep them safe for the time being. Karen, will you accompany me to my office? We have a few things to discuss in private. I glanced towards Alessia and saw that she hesitated. A look of longing danced across her eyes before she nodded and disappeared with her poleaxe clasped firmly in her hands. Of course, mistress. I will meet you there. Then, with a muted display of grey light, Karen vanished, leaving me in the room of undead. Ricard, for the detachment going towards the mine, if possible, I want a smaller section to accompany it for continued mining. I want to rebuild our resource reserves. For the troops going out to create a road, I have a few key things I want done. First, we can either refine the wood and get it into our stockpile, or we can build with it as we work on the road. Whichever is the easiest. Second, I want the road to extend out towards the lake's shore and stop there. I plan on working on the entrance a bit more in the coming days. I actually didn't have a plan going on, but since my bosses took the initiative, I could build on it as I went. The captain nodded his head, and I glanced towards Aaron next. As for you, Aaron, once I finish my conversation with Karen, we are going back to training. I want to master that skill, along with another from you. The skeleton bobbed his head, and I flashed everyone in the room with a quick smile. Thank you, everybody. You are doing a fantastic job so far. Keep it up. Encouragement was key to morale, though I wasn't sure how that affected the undead. Aaron gave me a nod and chittered his teeth. I had no clue what he said, but I'll take it as a yes. I gave one last cursory glance around the room before I too teleported out, and back to Karen to figure out what was going on in my domain and why it was changing so fast on its own. I appeared in my office and saw that Karen was sitting in a chair by my desk. I quickly covered the distance and sat down at my desk. Thank you for coming, Karen. It's no problem, but what did you want to discuss? So, there were a few disturbing things I heard you talk about in the meeting, and I didn't want to talk about it in front of the other undead. The first thing was referring to the adventurers as invaders. The next referred to the undead outside of the stronghold as feral. It's a little troubling to me and makes me feel as if they are slipping from my control. I rested my elbows on my desk and interlaced my fingers. I may be overthinking, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Well, lately, the other undead have been forming the idea that outsiders are part of the reason the Empire fell in the first place. So for continuity's sake, I refer to them as invaders. It gives them a sense of purpose and unification. As for the ferals, they have become ostracized from the rest of us because of the collective faith trait you unlocked. They still know you are the leader of the domain but will attack everything else. I sat back in my seat and pondered his words. So the name shifts were just for the other undead. However, the presence of ferals was slightly bothersome. But it added a minor twist. I was just a little uncomfortable with how quickly my domain seemed to evolve on its own accord. I understand, I think. I was just worried that things were slowly slipping from my control. Karen bobbed his head as he uncrossed his arms. Calixa, you should learn to trust us a little more. We won't lead you astray. I strummed my fingers across the table and struggled with my thoughts. It's not that I don't trust you guys. I just don't like when stuff like this happens. I think you are taking too much on yourself. You should delegate and focus more on things that you can control. His words rang true to me, though it didn't make it any easier. But I guess I will relent, for now. I know. I just don't want to be overbearing, but you're right. My companion mashed his teeth together in a way that reminded me of a child that got its way. Thank you, mistress. Let me focus on building and working with the undead for now. You can focus on training with Aaron for the time being and getting stronger. We need you to hold your own if the time comes. I am glad that my companion was as rational as he is. It was almost as if he was made to compliment me. Speaking of which, I have yet even to see him actually angry. Thank you, Karen, you are a godsend. Before you go, though, can you design some buildings for us and have the undead work on them? I want to expand the stronghold a bit more before we open up to the public. I sat forward in my seat, and the wave of stress that was floating around my head was slowly fading. Of course, mistress. I will get on that. If anything important happens, I will let you know. The tall skeleton stood up and gave me a bow before he vanished once more. I took a deep breath and stared at my table for a second. I felt like such a mess. Everything had to be perfect, but he was right. I was taking too much on myself. It just didn't sit well with me not doing everything that I could. But I had to rely on them. I cleared my throat and stood up, and glanced around my office once more. Well, it was time to get to training. I summoned my map and teleported back to the courtyard of the stronghold. Once I arrived, I saw that the entire area was bustling with activity. Large groups of undead were moving in tight formations and out of the stronghold. I actually didn't know how many of them I had running around my domain. Maybe it was something that I should keep track of. I watched quietly for a bit, marveling at how well they moved. Compared to the stumbling idiots they were earlier, a lot has changed. But I need more variety in here. The same old undead would be repetitive after a while. After finishing my training session with Aaron, I would spawn in some more base mobs and see if I can't get them to evolve a bit. After all, I only had 2 T2s right now, and I would definitely need more in the future. I tore my gaze from the formations as they left and started walking around the stronghold, intending to find the lieutenant. I found him against a far wall with his arms crossed. Alessia stood next to him, her poleaxe propped up yet within arm's reach. Hello, you two, getting along, I hope. I directed my quip more towards Alessia than the other. She glanced at me and gave me a small bow with her hand over her heart. Aaron gave me a curt nod and straightened up. I looked them both over and made a mental note to get their clothing. The skeletal officer was mostly nude, other than the pair of gloves I made for him. Alessia was clad in tattered clothing that did little to hide what was underneath. I refused to let them prance around like this, but that is a task for after this training session. Anyway, Karen will not be joining us. He is currently doing some stuff for me so that it will be just us three. Since I can't understand you, Aaron, just instruct me the best you can. The skeleton bounced around on the balls of his feet. And I glanced over at Alessia. Please let me or Karen know once we have gained that skeleton. After this training session, I also wish to learn some blade work and whatever weapons you know. I want to expand on my knowledge base. She nodded, and Aaron stepped forward and chittered something at me. It was times like this that I wish I could understand the skeleton. Karen said it was an undead thing, and I didn't want to waste any essence on something that might not translate over. I'm gonna pretend I understood what you just said. Anyway, let's begin. A few hours later, I felt ki build up in my legs as I launched myself forward. Alright, now that I was in the air, I had to land and do something close to a skip. I felt the tip of my foot hit the ground, and I let the ki expand in my leg, and I pressed off again. This time succeeding where I failed many times before. Once I found the rhythm needed, it was much easier to go faster and move around. Though I was still nowhere close to mastering this skill to the extent that Aaron has. I landed and had to quickly find my center of gravity and glanced at the notifications. You have unlocked Shuanpa I. You now have ki manipulation too. Yes. I finally did it. It took fucking long enough. I danced around for a moment in happiness. I finally have a new skill. Now all I had to do was practice with it. I took a deep breath and tried to calm my pounding heart. This skill was strenuous and ate away at my stamina and ki reserves like it was no one's business. I took another deep breath and sat down, deciding that it was best for my aching legs. Thank you, Aaron. I have one last favor to ask. Can you show me how to fight with hand-to-hand properly? I never did stuff like that growing up. I mean, I know how to throw a punch, but I never formally attended a class for it. Aaron stared at me with his tar-black eyes and nodded his head. I was trying to make sure that I could protect myself in all facets of my life, not just with magic or my bodyguards. I know that I was acting out the role of an empress, but I disagree with the idea of sitting on a throne and not doing anything. I want to be just as strong as those who protect me, if not stronger. I would earn my place and show whatever world that lay outside that there was a reason I am the empress. With another gulp of cool air, I pushed myself off of the gravel. My body ached, and my nerves were on fire. I wasn't exactly the healthiest person around, but I wasn't overweight, just out of shape. I rolled my neck and tried to do some stretches to help take away some of the pain that assaulted my body almost relentlessly. Alright, Aaron, let's start off with the basics. I will happily learn whatever you teach me. The skeleton stood next to me and took a stance, much like a boxer would. His hands were raised, and one leg was placed slightly forward. I looked it over and did my best to make sure that I got my body in the same posture. He clenched his fist and slowly threw a punch out. I did my best to mimic the movements, though I have to say it was surreal to see a skeleton in action like this. He stopped as I kept trying to imitate his movements and stared at me. The boundless depths of his eye sockets bore into me as he observed me. I went through the same pattern once more before he reached forward with his bony hand. He pulled me forward slightly and adjusted my leg with one of his. So my posture wasn't the best, something that I would have to work on a bit more. I quickly tried to memorize how I was standing, so I can do it right later. As I was running through the motions, I felt the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I felt like a mouse under the watchful gaze of a predator. I quickly spun, locating the source, and saw that Alessia was burning a hole into Aaron and me with a fiery gaze. What was her problem? I met her eyes, and she spun away, acting as if she wasn't just staring daggers into my back. I narrowed my eyes and stared at her as I thought about it. I felt that she was taking her job a bit too seriously, and I should work on that and see if she will tone it down a bit. I tore my gaze from her and looked back at my teacher, and relaxed a bit to allow him to better position me. I did my best to memorize how I was standing and attempted to throw another punch once more. This time it felt a little smoother. Aaron walked around me with a watchful eye and demonstrated the punch once more. I watched as his back leg shifted and his hips and chest swung forward, and his arms shot out. I got back into position, mimicked his movements, and found that they were much easier to perform. Congratulations! You have unlocked basic hand-to-hand combat proficiency I. However, please be aware that this does not increase damage done with hand-to-hand combat and only quantifies experience and determines future class evolutions. Plus 100 essence. Oh, I did something. A quiet snicker escaped from my lips, and a slight twinge of pride blossomed in my chest. I know it wasn't much, but I was just happy that I was making progress, no matter how small it may be. Alright, Aaron. Let's keep it going. Over a few hours, I've learned various punches and kicks, and with each successful move, Aaron only grew harsher in my training. Eventually, my muscles changed from a pleasant burn to a raging fire. My lungs desperately tried to quench the heat that was ravaging my chest. I had no idea that just running through basic stances and movements was this intensive. Okay, that's enough for now, Aaron. I need to catch my breath. I dropped to my back as I swallowed large gulps of air and stared into the sky. The weather cleared up mostly, and a few stray clouds floated lazily past. My eyes wandered down to the notifications that built up over a few hours. +1 dexterity. +1 endurance. +1 strength. Congratulations, you have unlocked basic hand-to-hand combat proficiency too. I gulped down more air, reflecting a bit on what I learned. I can understand that I won't be a master overnight, but I had a feeling that my proficiency score won't be going up this fast for much longer. But I read that it affects my future class milestones, so I want to drag it up as high as possible before I get to that point, along with what other proficiencies I can get. I lay there for a moment before my muscles twitched and spasmed, causing me to lament my choices of not working out as much as I should have. But that also begged the question, what would my class evolution be? Currently, I am just a soul catalyzer, and I only have a soul transforming skill and a ranged attack. So I would have to be very careful in the coming time with my choices to find a powerful enough class to fit my needs. I will also have to supplement my training with exercises at this rate, so I'm not relegated to being a mess afterward. I laid there for a few moments longer as my body pulsated with the pain of working out. Finally, I took another breath and forced myself to stand up. As much as I wanted just to lay there, I didn't have enough time on my hands to mess around. I brought my map up and looked at the locations I specified for resource drops. Near the destroyed fountain, a growing pile of plants looked to be shredded down, which was lovely. I could produce clothing now for everyone. Well, almost everyone. I had to keep the aesthetic I had going on. I stored all the plant fibers, which tallied up to well over a few thousand units. I went ahead and looked across the domain to see how everyone else was looking. A large group of undead was slowly building a road from the stronghold out. They were cutting down trees and pulling plants from the ground. A few came behind them with large slabs of stones affixed to the wooden handles, and they were mashing the ground as they walked, compacting it down. Some of the undead were refining the trees that were getting cut down into large planks of wood. They were an industrious bunch, though they have their leadership to thank for that. For a while, I was worried that I would have to teach them that stuff, which would have been bothersome because I didn't know myself how to do half of what they were doing now. While all of that was going on, I decided to scroll the map over to the mines. I was curious about how the small detachment was faring, and much to my surprise, there was a small battle occurring. A handful of zombies and skeletons were trying to fight the small horde that was coming their way. Poor undead, maybe I should have brought them into the stronghold, but it was too late for that now. It pained me to watch them kill themselves like that. I mean, I handled their well-being, and yet here they were mindlessly killing each other. But it was also a double-edged blade. They had to kill to get stronger 'cause it would be the only way we would live. I wished it didn't have to be like this. I turned off my map, wanting to get away from the death that was occurring close by. I guess I should go rest for a bit and work on some clothing for the troops, along with a ranking system to differentiate better who they all were, 'cause let's be honest here, all the undead looked about the same to me. I know they were all unique, but at the same time, it was tough to tell the skeletons apart, and the zombies were masses of decaying flesh that made it hard to tell who was who. I wasn't even sure if the ghost and spirits could wear clothing, but we would find out. Alright, Aaron, thank you. I'll be back in a little while. I want to rest and get some training in with Alessia before we go back to work. You are free to do whatever it is you need to do. I waved my hand at him, and he chittered out a muted response. It sounded like something close to thank you. Maybe I was picking up on how skeletons talk. I walked over to Alessia, forcing my legs to move, which was a freakishly challenging task, and placed my hand on her shoulder, and teleported to my office. Once we arrived, I threw myself onto my bed. Alessia sat in my chair, crossed her arms, and stared at me like a parent scolding a child. A look I was all too familiar with, sadly. What? I called out as I got comfortable in my bed and pulled up my menu. I wanted to work on clothing for everyone next, and since I did that, I might also work on some stuff for myself. She reached over to my bag, pulled out my notebook and a pen, and wrote as I worked. Naturally, I wanted something to look nice, but for this area, I had to focus on storytelling through the environment, and this was one of the best things that I could do for that. So I decided on a simple shirt and a pair of pants that I made to look as if they were covered in cuts and dried blood. However, I would have dress clothing for them for formal occasions that I will keep to the side and clothing for my bosses. I heard scribbling stop just as I was working on colors and finishing touches on the clothing. My whole goal here was to find a suitable military outfit for them, and I didn't quite want to base them off of stuff from Earth, but I would if I have to. So I tore my attention from the menus and looked over to the writing. It bothers me so how you allow them to touch you like that. You are an empress, and no mere being should be allowed to lay a hand on you. A strange feeling twisted around my chest. One that I couldn't quite identify. I've lived my entire life believing that nobility was just like anyone else and didn't have a special right to rule. I wasn't too keen on changing that line of thought, however. I understand, Alessia, but I need you to trust me. No harm will come to me. Especially not by those who swore to protect me. She wrote once more, and I went back to the clothing. There, only slightly inspired from Earth. I changed both the shirt and the pants to a drab gray and added a pocket on the shirt's breast and then a pair of cuffs and a collar. I added a zipper down the front, added a flap across the front to hide it from sight, and then added a few pockets around the pant legs. I tore my gaze from my menu once more to see what Alessia had to say. It's my prerogative as your chosen to ensure your safety at all times, no matter what. I mentally rolled my eyes at her words. I did this to myself. I didn't think she would come out this overzealous, but I would work on it. Okay, I get it, Alessia, but trust me. Besides, I'll keep you around just in case, alright? I went back to my work. I was hoping that the appeasement would work for now, but we would see. I added a few more touches like a drawstring and even added a rank patch on the shoulder. I knew I said I wouldn't draw too much from Earth, but I can't help it. It's hard making stuff on my own like this without the aid of Google. Now that I am done with that, I should work on uniform variations and then ranks. But I had no clue where to start with that. So I saved the template as the Legionary combat outfit and spawned one in to see what it felt like. The clothing itself was soft to the touch and didn't feel heavy, which was good. So now I just had to create a destroyed version of this and add variation to it for the rest of the troops to have some sort of uniformity to my new empire. Hello. We are nearing the end of the preparation arc. Since I know that many of you may be getting antsy about stuff. From here, there are only going to be a few more chapters before we get to the adventures once again. Sorry about that, I got wrapped up in building up her character, and the mobs. Mostly due to the fact I don't feel like most dungeon cores focus on that as much as they should. From here, we have only about 8 more chapters as Calixa keeps building her empire and power base. Enjoy and let me know what you think. I did some final tweaks on the uniform, like adding drawstrings at the bottom where the feet are and adding a rank patch on the breast and a gray patterned camouflage to top it all off. Once I was happy with that, I saved the template and worked on various destroyed designs. I really just wanted to outfit them all with clean uniforms, but I know that was impossible at the moment. I created a handful of variations. Some were tattered and worn, while others looked like they were cut through with a sword and drowned in blood. Once I was happy with them, I saved the templates and dismissed the screen. Now all that was left were the ranks for the military. I wanted to ensure that everything was uniform and there was a clear path of leadership. What should the lowest rank be? Should I stick with modern-day military ranks, or should I go further back in history and use terms like legionary? The thing was that I didn't quite know how ranks worked back in times of antiquity, so I would use hybrid terms. That seemed like it would be the best bet. With that being said, the first rank would be called recruit, which all freshly summoned undead for the military, regardless of tier, would receive. As for a rank patch, I wouldn't give it one. The next rank would be legionary, which I would designate with a single thin horizontal black bar. Now, what should I create for ranks after that point? Let's see. I think it would be best to start from the top and work my way down from there. I have a captain who oversees the legion here at the stronghold. Obviously, there are higher ranks, but at the moment, that is the highest rank I will afford to anyone in the military. The next highest would be the lieutenant, who was the second in command. But should I split up the rank? Make a first and a second lieutenant? I thought it over for a moment and decided that is what would happen. I would designate Aaron as a second lieutenant. The first spot would still technically be open, though I did not know who would fill it yet. Maybe I would create a boss for that role. Now I had to create a ranked patch for each. Yay, for me, more designing to be done. I stared at my screen for a moment and tried to think of creating rank insignias without drawing too much from Earth. But that was a task that I found difficult. I kept finding myself drifting towards what I know instead of what I could make, and it was a hard habit to break. I really wanted to create something unique and something that I could be proud of. I stared at my screen as I racked my tired mind for something I could use. I think for the officers, I would do a variation of stars and stripes. For the first lieutenant, I would give 1 silver star, for the second, I would give 2. For the captain, it would be 2 stars next to a golden bar. I would thankfully work out anything higher later since I didn't have anyone up that high yet. Now all that left was the warrant officers and everything in between. For these guys, I would give them chevrons and break them into 3 different tiers. A warrant officer first class, second and third. The first class would get 1 chevron, the second 2, and the third 3. They would function as commanders and masters in their fields and eventually get promoted out of the main ranks and into the officer ranks. Though I was still a bit iffy about that role and may change it in the future. Now I just had to work on the foremost army ranks. I already had recruits and legionaries, and now I just wanted to have some diversity in ranks. Something for them to work toward and to better organize everything. What rank would come after legionary, though? I think I would refer to those after legionaries as principals, and I would give them 2 dark horizontal lines. Principals would act as a squad leader, and then above them, I would have specialists, which I would denote with 3 dark horizontal lines. I saved all the templates I was working on and dismissed the screen. Thank God that was finally over. It was a bit nerve-wracking for me. So much to think about, and I didn't quite have the energy to think things through. The last group that I had to make ranks for would be the Honor Guard, which I will name the Praetorians. The only actual ranks I would give them would be a neophyte, private, sergeant, and captain, and I'll switch their outfits to a royal purple, with the officers getting black tied into the mix and Alessia getting to wear straight black with a purple cape. As for their rank insignias, each rank would get a single shooting star that increased with the rank and with the captain getting a handprint. Once I finished with it all, I saved the templates and spawned one in for Alessia. Since she was already here, I might as well see how well it fits. I included drawstrings and tried to keep the waist a specific size. I hope I could get most of them in a one-size-fits-all category, but I'll work on the sizes if I need to. The clothing spawned as I lay back in the bed, determined to take a quick nap. There is some clothing there for you to try on. If it's too small, I'll make adjustments to it when I wake up. There are 2 rank patches there as well, one goes on the shoulder, the other goes on the chest. If you have questions for me, wait till I wake up. I'm far too tired to care about it at the moment. I mumbled as I wrapped myself up in blankets. I could feel annoyance bubble up, which was what usually happened when I got tired. Crabbiness that stemmed from sleepiness was usually the culprit, and I didn't want to take it out on anyone. I pulled the blankets a little tighter around me and drifted off to sleep in the fuzzy warmth that surrounded me. I awoke a few hours later feeling well rested. My body was recovering faster than expected from all the strenuous exercises. At this rate, I could increase my training hours since I could sleep off most of the pain. I sat up and yawned, and looked around the room. Alessia was still sitting at my desk, but she was clad in the uniform that I made for her. Her hair was still tied up in that high ponytail and came down to her shoulder blades. Her flesh was a little more opaque than before, and I could see that she had a slight tan. 2 golden orbs locked onto me the second she noticed I was awake. "Good morning, Alessia," I murmured through a heavy yawn. My bleary eyes looked around the room, and at that moment, I noticed I smelled, and I immediately wanted a bath. That would be the next item on my to-do list before making more clothes and going back to training. This time I wanted to practice using weapons and then on my own with my soul magic. She gave me a bow, and her lips moved. This time a faint whisper filled the room. One that I couldn't make out since it was so quiet. Yet, it excited me. She was so close to being able to speak, and I couldn't wait. It would make things easier than just having her write out everything. "Anyway, how do you like the outfit? I wasn't sure that you could wear it since you are a spirit. Can you stand up and show me?" I moved my blanket back and stood up. I should really make my bed, but I was feeling lazy if I was going, to be honest. Alessia nodded and stood and spun around. The cape that I made billowed out around her in the wind like a set of black wings. The royal purple outfit hung from her body and seemed to fit her. Maybe a bit too long, but I would make a pair of boots so they could blouse them or tuck them in. I know I said I wouldn't take too much from Earth, but I couldn't help it. I brought up my menu and quickly designed a pair of combat boots. I wanted something lightweight yet sturdy for them. I also know that it was gonna cost me a fair bit of essence to make due to the lack of materials for it at the moment, but it couldn't be helped. I'll just ration them out to the important figures first and then work my way down. I tweaked the design for a bit before eventually deciding on a boot that went partway up the shin. I scaled back the colors a bit to match the black and purple that Alessia was wearing. I worked on the sole and tread of the boot for a little while before I decided that I was happy with it. I doubt that these boots would be all that effective in a world like this, but I had to keep up appearances after all. I spawned a pair for her and a pair for me since I decided that these boots looked kinda sexy, and it would save me time designing clothes for myself later on. I ignored the price that appeared for spawning it. I mean, what I don't know won't hurt me after all. The familiar motes of light floated down from the ceiling and started to coalesce into the shape of the boots. While they were spawning in, I opened my menu and started to think about what I wanted to wear. I mean, I designed clothing for everyone on this domain but myself, and I want to splurge a bit. I could figure it out while I got ready for my bath. Another day, another chapter. I just finished this arc on my Patreon, so just a few more chapters from here on out before we get to the adventurers, and the fun will begin. Laughing face. I broke the surface of the water and ran my fingers through my hair, trying to clean out the grime and dirt that built up there. I really needed to take better care of myself since I couldn't stand being unclean. I wish I had the foresight to pack shampoo and whatnot into my bag, but I didn't think this would happen. Oh well, nothing a good scrubbing couldn't take care of. I vigorously attempted to clean my hair and scrub the rest of my body down. I really missed the luxuries that my life on Earth afforded me. You never really know what you have until you lose it. Though saying those words felt beyond cheesy for me, but they were true. Once I was happy with how clean I was, I decided to just float for a while. The water here was clean, though I wouldn't drink from it. I knew far better than that. Perhaps I wouldn't get sick, but I wouldn't tempt fate. But I chose a great time to take a bath. The sun was directly in the middle of the sky, and it was mostly clear, with only a few clouds in sight. The water was the perfect temperature, and there wasn't a soul in sight. Even the zombies that filled the forest with sound seemed to be a little more quiet than usual. Alessia was resting against a tree that overlooked the small lake. Her poleaxe was within arm's reach, and her mace was fit through a small loop I made for her outfit. Her arms were crossed, and she hovered a few inches off the ground. She was alert and gazed across the area, looking for potential threats, which I highly doubted that there were, but who was I to argue? Whatever made her happy. She was a fascinating figure, to say the least. She was very serious about her job, and she seemed a tad possessive, which was a little cute. But I would have to have her scale it back with the bosses. I mean, after all, they wouldn't hurt me. As for outsiders, I don't think I'll interact with them all that much. It would keep me safe, though I would have to live with only dealing with the undead. But they were not so bad, mostly. The zombies stank and were noisy, while the skeletons just hung around. The ghosts were, well, ghosts. They said little. But I also had to focus on getting some diversity going on. I need higher tier undead to keep this domain functioning, especially once I expand it. But that begged the question. What was Alessia going to evolve into? She was growing more solid and could affect physical objects well enough. There was just so much that I didn't know about the undead that I couldn't even make an educated guess. Hell, I didn't even know what the skeletons would evolve into. But that would come with time. I quickly spun in the water, swam to the shore, and grabbed the towel that I had hanging on a branch of a low-hanging tree. I took some time to clean up the surrounding area to make my lake look a bit more appealing, though it would suck that I couldn't use it once my domain opened up. Maybe I should make a lavish bath down the road. That sounds amazing. I dried myself off, and pulled on my underwear, and sat down on a smooth rock. Now it was time to design some clothing for me that wasn't just for working out. I wanted something to hide my identity once the domain opened and afford me a sense of mystery. Naturally, I would default to a cloak, but one with a hood that was a little tighter than what Karen had. I opened up my menu, opened up my creation tool, and quickly designed a cloak for myself. I wanted it to be something that I could wrap around myself and throw off in a split second. I messed with a few designs before. I painted it a deep purple, with specks of blue mixed into it. It gave it a vortex-like appearance, and I thought it looked gorgeous. I added some pockets around the inside, along with a few buttons near the top that could quickly come undone. Once I was done, I named the template, the Empress Cloak, and spawned it in. Inside I painted it the same camo gray I had the rest of the uniforms painted as, just in case I had to make a run for it and could flip the cloak inside out. I made a handful of shirts and pants to wear under it as well. The clothes spawned while I was busy throwing on my training outfit. They were not anything too special, just general clothing that looked nice and didn't break the bank. Once I was dressed, I walked over to the cloak and picked it up to feel for it. It was soft, and the fabric felt lovely, and I could only hope that it wouldn't get uncomfortable. I threw it over my outfit and saw that it came down to just below my knees and gave me far more than enough room to move around freely. I spun around once, enjoying how everything felt, yet something seemed like it was missing. I wanted something that would add another layer of mystery if I was seen. Something that would have the adventures whispering about me. But what did that require? I thought it over for a moment, and then it clicked. I needed a mask, but it would have to be something that would fit along with the domain and its theme. It would have to be symbolizing my status. So, should I do something like Anubis? I mean, Anubis would fit the theme I had going on, but I felt like the mask would be a little too large for my taste. I wanted something that would be small and fit close to my face. I opened up my menu with a quick gesture and used some steel to create a template for a mask that perfectly fit my face and then made it snow white. Now that it was a blank template, I could experiment. A kitsune mask would be cute, but I don't think it would fit the theme. So that was out of the question. An Oni mask would be awesome and fear-inspiring, but I wasn't feeling that either at the moment. I stared at the template as I kept drawing blanks, which was a little frustrating for me. I stared at my medium for a moment, summoned my soul claw, stared at the colors for a bit, and played with it. What if I painted the mask the same color as my soul? Purple with white hues mixed in and just created various designs around that? I mindlessly painted color onto the mask, erasing attempts if they didn't seem right until I came across something that I enjoyed. I kept the mask mostly white and added in patterns that seemed to never end. Long strings of orange wrapped around strings of the whitish purple and traveled across the mask. The way the colors melded and were drawn on the mask would have been impossible on Earth, and they were literally breathtaking. I adjusted the patterns a bit, painted the mask a light gray, got rid of the bright white, and painted a single scarlet teardrop under the right eye hole, and blended it into its surroundings. Once I finished, I glanced it over and was mesmerized by how gorgeous it was. I loved the way the orange complemented the purple and how they danced around each other. I think it was rather fitting. Now I just had to add in some cushion on the inside and a band to hold it in place, along with a few holes so I could breathe. Once I finished with the last touches, I saved the template under the name The Mask of Eternity. I spawned it in and waved towards Alessia. "Hey, are you ready to train?" She grabbed her poleaxe and quickly covered the distance between us. She mouthed something, which from my minimal ability to read lips, looked something like a yes. Good. I reached out and grabbed the mask that I spawned in and put it on to see how it fit. The system was pretty spot on when it came to stuff like this. How it fit across my head made it feel as it was a second skin. Even the point where it extended outwards from my nose was perfect. Alright, so I want some sword training and then some polearm right after. My words were slightly muffled through the mask, but nothing that projecting my voice couldn't fix. Would you like to go to the honor guard training area? I figured that would be the most comfortable place for her. Plus, it would be fun to be around the undead that was training to defend me. I may even pick up a thing or two from them all. She stepped close to me, and I opened up the map to find the location, and I hurried us over there. The world blurred and stretched as the teleport function worked its magic. A few heartbeats later, the world went back to normal, and we appeared in an area devoid of most forms of life. All the trees looked to be cleared out, and the start of a base camp looked like it was in progress. It wasn't anything fancy, but just a place to stay. A few ghosts patrolled the perimeter in a group of 4, and 2 skeletons were sparring with swords. Other than that, though, the area was empty. I was curious about where the rest were, but I'm sure I would figure that out later. I just wanted to get the dreaded training out of the way for now. We walked over to a small area with a small ring worn into the earth, and I thought about what weapons I wanted to use. I was actually considering being very bougie and creating my own weapons. I mean, this is my domain, after all. But for now, I guess the essential gear will work. I gotta learn the basics if I want to get anywhere. I spawned in 2 swords and 2 spears and tossed a set over to Alessia. Alrighty then. Let's get this show on the road, shall we? I dropped my hands like Alessia showed me and kept my sword in the ready position. My arms ached from the strain of holding the blade, and my feet were spread apart just like how I was shown. Alessia stood in front of me and held her sword in the same position. The blade was pointed directly at me and held by a steady hand, her eyes were locked onto me, and she watched my every move. Even before I moved, she was reacting to my next strike. Though it was more of a spar than an actual fight. For the last few hours, she showed me various positions with the sword and properly blocked and moved around. Growing up, I never had much knowledge of the sword and always thought that you blocked with the edge of the blade like I saw in movies. Instead, you have to block with the flat of the sword and try to deflect the blade the best that you could. We went back and forth once more, a bit faster than before, as I worked at swinging my sword and deflecting hers in the process. It took me a short while to get used to swinging around the sword, but I realized that I actually really enjoyed this as I got better. I loved the feeling of life that coursed through me as we danced around each other, blocking and riposting each strike. I never saw myself as a person who would love stuff like this, but to be fair, I also never would have thought I would have become a domain god. The wind kicked around me as I stepped backward and deflected the blade as it plunged towards my chest. I wasn't worried about it hurting me since I had complete faith in Alessia. Still, my heartbeat grew heavier in my chest as I felt my arms reach their limit. Enough. Alessia stopped her blade mid-swing and quickly sheathed it. It really astounded me how well she moved with it. I was but a child compared to her. She was monstrous, and since she didn't suffer the stamina penalties that I did, it made her all the more terrifying to me. I swallowed a breath of the cool air and rifled through the notifications that have been building up since I started training. I sat down on the ground, almost moaning from how good it felt to get off my feet. This was hard work, and I did not have the cardio for it just yet. Though I am happy to say that it was getting much easier for me to do it. I could feel my body getting more robust with each passing day. The only thing I had to do now was level up. But I wasn't too keen on killing anything. My eyes lazily glanced at the notifications that had built up since I started today's training. It was handy having something like this, but it was also annoying at times. I brought the notifications up after a brief mental struggle. I just wanted to sleep, but I wanted to get this done first. Congratulations, you have unlocked the basic swordsmanship proficiency. Congratulations, you have unlocked basic swordsmanship proficiency 2. Congratulations, you have unlocked basic swordsmanship proficiency 3. You have gained +1 stamina, +1 dexterity, +1 strength. You have unlocked a new title. Martial Neophyte. You have begun to walk the path of a true warrior and have slowly started to mold your body into the perfect weapon. Rewards, +1 vitality, +1 endurance. Your domain has unlocked various new undead. T2, Skeletal Ravager. T2, Zombie Brute. T2, Zombie Runner. T2, Charger. T1 Elite, Skeletal Dark Mage. T1 Elite, Zombie Dark Mage. T0, Wisp. Dark Magic has been added to the domain's catalog of available magic. For unlocking 5 more templates, you have earned 1000 more essence points. Wait, I unlocked New Undead? I quickly skimmed over the title, thankful for the slight boost in stats, but really the undead had my interest. Though the one thing that I didn't know was that I had dark magic. I didn't realize that a single mob here had access to that. I was also slightly jealous that they got to use magic, and I didn't. The zero caught my interest as well, and after a brief look over, I saw that it was just a fading soul. Poor thing. I would find a use for you yet, don't worry. I glanced at Alessia and gestured for her to come over to me. I wanted to teleport over to the stronghold and test out the new undead that I had. Mostly since I wanted to fold them into the Legion. Once I figured out what everything was, I would create more ferals to populate the surrounding forest. But in all reality, I was beyond excited about this. My domain was growing more powerful as time went on. But that also meant that I had to flesh out more lore about why things are the way they are. Just more things to work on, I guess. I glanced at my domain screen and saw that my timer was slowly ticking down for when my protection period ends. I still had a little less than a month left before it ended. A month didn't really seem like all that much time. It's funny, I didn't think that much time had passed, but everything was different here, I suppose. I still had time to build up the entrance a bit more, and the undead was laboring around the clock, adding in buildings and small outposts for future use. I still had to set chests, respawn, expand my domain more, move past my first level, and hit T2 before anything else. I rested my hand on Alessia's shoulder and teleported back into the stronghold with the intent to mess around with my new mob types. However, I wasn't expecting to appear into a flurry of activity. Undead were rushing towards the walls as fast as possible while other zombies were clearly sprinting, aiming towards the holes in the wall. I saw the captain directing some squads and pointing towards the purposefully destroyed spots on the wall. "Mistress, I need you to get into the main building now." Karen's monotonous voice tore through my thoughts and added another layer of confusion. "Why, what's going on?" The reason I came here was quickly swept away as the activity mounted around me. In the distance, a thunderous roar shook the air, and a sliver of fear pierced my heart. Some of the ferals are attacking the stronghold in mass. While they will not harm you, I still fear you getting caught in the crossfire. Karen reached out with his bony hand and pulled me backward towards the central building. Panic clouded my thoughts as heavy steps filled the air with another bone-shattering roar. "Wait, let me help." I hissed out as I was pulled against my will. "No, not yet. You are far too weak right now. Let us do our jobs." Karen slammed his teeth together and brought me into the main lobby. I was a little angry at that. I wanted to help them out, but a part of me felt anxiety at the thought of killing. It was something I've never done before, but I knew it had to be done if I wanted to get stronger. "Please let me do something." I shot daggers at him, hoping he would relent. I refused to sit around useless in my domain. "Fine, just spawn in reinforcements for us and gear, but stay here, Calixa." His scarlet red eyes affixed me and burned holes into mine before I finally relented, daring me to fight him on the matter. "Sure. I'll do that." I crossed my arms and brought up my menu. I'll listen to what he has to say for now. It just didn't feel right for me to sit here doing nothing while everyone fought and died out there. I could stop it with the snap of my fingers, but it's something that I would have to let play out. No matter how much it hurts me to do it. This struggle was unlike anything that I have ever felt before. It all just felt so wrong to let them do this to each other. I steadied my shaking hand and began selecting the templates that I want to summon. I didn't want to bite too far into my reserves, so I summoned many regular mobs and equipped them with the new combat uniform I made for them. The room lit up with ominous lighting as they slowly rose from the ground. I might summon a few of the new T2s as well. I selected the brute template and summoned it and was shocked to see that it was almost triple the cost of a base undead. The summoning circle grew in diameter as a large bald head rose from the floor, followed by a body that dwarfed everyone in the room. This brute stood at almost 2 meters and was made of thick, corded muscles. The ends crisscrossed its body right underneath the skin that was pulled taut across its muscle. Its chest was so large that it couldn't spawn with the combat uniform on and instead wore the pants, which only barely contained the massive muscles that made up its lower half. Its milky white eyes slowly traveled across the room, and it released a deep roar that shook the lobby and caused my ears to ache. Across its flesh, open wounds festered, and pus dripped in a constant rhythm. I didn't know what it took to create a creature like this, and I didn't want to have to find out. I summoned a few crates of bows and arrows, along with the swords and shields that I made. Everyone, take gear out and join your comrades on the front lines. This stronghold is not to fall. I tried to sound strong and commanding, but there was far too much going on for me to approach this with any sort of cool head. The brute reached forward and quickly grabbed a few of the crates and lumbered out of the building, followed by the host of undead. Karen, what happened here? Why is there a war going on outside of my stronghold? My voice a quiet hiss as I tried to contain the flurry of emotions that filled my chest, all the rage and confusion, but most of all, the feeling of being useless. They have been besieging us since you finished with Aaron. They have been evolving the last few hours rapidly and have been keeping us on our toes. More than likely, there is an intelligent undead amongst their ranks that is orchestrating this. He had his violin ready and was resting against the now closed wooden door, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. That would explain the slew of evolution notifications I got while I was training with Alessia. I mused to myself as I felt my heart rate calm a bit. It was like Karen said. They wouldn't hurt me. I just had to stay out of the crossfire, and I would be alright, yet that didn't feel right to me. At the moment, we are holding firm. The reinforcements, however, will be good for us. We could push out the ferals and take some time to recover. He pushed open the door, and the sound of fighting filled the room. The brute's occasional roaring would drown out the various moans and the sounds of swords clashing for a few brief moments. I guess that was part of the old brute out there fighting the Legion. I took a deep breath to calm myself. I had to keep a clear head in a situation like this. Karen, I want to lead the troops. No matter how much I tried to fight it, I was scared, but I needed to do this. If I was stuck here, I needed to strive to be the best version of myself that I could. It would be the only way I made it out of here alive. Mistress, I strongly suggest you stay out of it right now. Let us handle it. Karen mashed his teeth together once more, refusing to relent. I was touched by how much he cared truly. But I needed this. Karen, I have to do this. I need the experience, and I can't just sit here and be sheltered all the time. I need to get stronger once, and once the adventures arrive, it will be much harder for me to do stuff like this. Besides, Alessia here will keep me safe. He clacked his teeth together in a way that sounded much like a defeated sigh. Fine. You win this time. But stay here in this building. I don't want to see you get hurt by a stray weapon or by some fluke of fate. You can direct the undead through your map. There is a drawing tool in there that you will use to guide a mass amount of your mobs. However, you won't be able to control them individually. Thank you, Karen. I stepped back further into the lobby and sat down on the floor. Karen opened the door and slipped outside, leaving my bodyguard and me. Okay, Alessia, do your thing and stand guard. I'm going to practice leading the undead real quick. She walked over to the door and swung her polearm around as she watched the door. I stared at her for a moment before glancing down at my menu. Alright, let's do this. I cracked my fingers and brought up my map, and zoomed in on the stronghold. Undead were rushing into the stronghold from the outer wall like a flood while the Legion was attempting to keep them out. As I watched everything unfold, it was a bit like playing a game and gave me a sense of detachment. Was this how drone operators felt back on Earth? I'd read stories about how a missile strike would kill dozens and always wondered how they did it. But I guess this was just about the same, though the dying stuff wasn't quite alive, to begin with. Oh, the struggle was real, but I know what had to be done. I went through the map and saw the battle tool for the map, which, as Karen said, was a drawing tool. A legend opened up on the bottom of the screen with a plethora of colors to choose from. Red was for attacking, blue for defending, and yellow for general movements. There was also some other stuff like flags for a rallying point, and a white flag for a general retreat, a crown for commander units, and a pair of shackles for a capture point. Overall, it wasn't anything too elaborate and nothing that was a game changer. It only gave me the basics and expected me to figure out the rest. That wasn't very pleasant, but it would do, I suppose. Better here and now and not when threats were around that could harm me. Now, what do? I have never had the privilege of leading troops in battle and didn't know much in the way of basic strategy. I stared at the screen blankly for a moment as I tried to come up with some plan, watching to see how the bosses moved around the undead. The captain was a bit away from the front lines, directing those who had freshly taken swords and shields and trying to reinforce weak spots. A few spirits were on the sidelines, dancing through the undead, slowly chipping away the overall health of the attackers. The warrant officers were directly on the front line, engaging some of the undead who have also gained classes. Wait, I had archers. Let me pull them back to safety and let them bombard the backline of the undead that had yet to push through the bottleneck. I quickly circled many of the Legion's undead and brought them further back to pick up a bow and some arrows and organize behind the fighting. The zombies could only move slightly faster than a walking pace, which gave me a moment to figure out some other stuff. I had a brute, which I would put on the front lines, that should tip the battle in our favor. Even if it was new and underleveled, it was still a power player. If I could keep it alive, it could serve a vital purpose in the future once my domain opened up. I had to say this was a bit of fun, though it was slightly confusing. I wanted to do more, but I didn't know what would work, and I didn't want to deplete my resources by respawning another legion of undead, so that I would play safe for now. The line remained slightly even until the archers I designated rained down arrows onto the back lines. The arrows went through some of the skeletons, inflicting no damage whatsoever. At the same time, some arrows pierced some eye sockets of some unlucky zombies. Slowly but surely, the front line pushed forward, cutting down swathes of the undead. Tiny globs of darkness rushed forward from my lines, piercing the incorporeal flesh of some ghosts, causing them to wink out of existence, leaving behind small smoldering piles of glowing green ash that defied the wind. Seeing that my forces were winning, I quickly drew out paths for them to take. I pushed the front line forward and used some of the zombie runners to push out of the outpost, hit the flanks, and tie up a few undead. But just as I was winning, a massive brute that was almost a full meter taller than mine came out from the depths of the forest. Its flesh was torn and bleeding from dozens of spots, and muscles that were thicker than I was, bulged as it let out a thunderous roar. I wanted that. It would be such an asset to have under my control. Well, to be fair, it was under my control already, but I wanted everyone to get experience by trying to capture it. I placed the shackle icon on the massive brute and watched once more. From what I've been seeing, the undead don't have moral issues and will fight until they can't any longer, which was both good and bad. It was good because it allowed me to use them to their maximum potential, and the fact that I just had to sit here and wait for them to kill each other slowly. The massive brute reached out and pulled a small tree out of the ground, and threw it. The tree spun through the air and over the short wall and landed in my line of archers. My lobby shook as the tree landed nearby, and dust rained around me in a small torrent. The massive creature let out another bone-shattering roar as the undead around fought with more fever than before. That fucking bastard got my archers. I needed them firing on the undead to help the forward infantry and help take down that beast. I quickly circled the archers' area and drew a path forward for them, at least those who survived, pushing them a bit closer to the front line. I circled my brute and a portion of my undead, targeted the monster, and let the captain direct the rest. I mean, it was his job, after all. From the looks of it, he was doing it fantastically. He was directing all the warrant officers and shifting the lines as he needed to, far quicker than I could. His lieutenant was on the front lines fighting tooth and nail with everything he could get his bony hand on. Karen wasn't kidding when he said he was a battle fiend. It was a bit terrifying to behold. The way he moved around with liquid grace, ending an undead life with a well-positioned fist or crushing a skeleton with ki-infused blows. Karen stood a ways behind, watching the battle unfold, not quite doing anything, just watching and taking everything in as he usually does. What an odd skeleton he was. The battle slowly spilled outwards onto the ground outside of the stronghold and in our favor once more. My brute slammed into the other and started throwing wild haymakers with everything it had. The other exchanged just as wild of blows as they tossed each other around like two children. Naturally, the brute that I spawned in was weaker than the other, so he was taking quite the beating. But with the arrival of his backup, he was slowly getting the upper hand. Swords cut into the monster's flesh, and arrows rained down on both of them. A few unlucky souls were crushed by the fighting that occurred as they tried to bring down the creature. My legion finally broke through the last of the undead and slowly surrounded the two fighting, which looked like it would take a while. Well, that was exciting. I would wait for them to regroup and see what has to be repaired and what needed to be resummoned and see what rewards this fight brought in for me. Hopefully, they were good. I cleared my throat and glanced at the notification that built up throughout the fight. You have shown at least the very basics of tactical knowledge. Basic tactical gravitas I. Title earned, martial acumen I. In your pursuit of power, you are branching out into the many fields of war. The question is, how far are you willing to walk? Arts of war come much easier to you. New undead variants have been added to your templates. T2, Zombie Pack Leader. T2, Skeletal Horror. T2, Phantom. Plus 500 Essence. I stood up while monitoring the notifications. The title I earned was a little interesting since it affected all arts of war. I guess my training has been paying off a bit, though not quite how I expected it. I wonder what would happen if I just specialized in everything instead of just focusing on one thing. Granted, that was the goal at the end of the day for me. I had no intentions to min-max any sort of stat or focus on only one path. T made me feel like all it would take is just one person who just happened to counter me in every way to come along, and that would be the end of me. Plus, I was still trying to find what suited me, though it was harder to do that when I enjoyed everything that I was learning so far, far more than what I thought I would have. I enjoyed it all as much as I enjoyed cooking. It was freeing to be doing whatever I felt like doing instead of slogging away at the same job 12 to 15 hours a day, 6 days a week. Though this is technically a job, I was stuck doing it all day, every day. But at least I was having fun. I dusted off my cloak and started heading towards the doors. Now it was time to tackle the next issue. I just let all of these undead fight a massive battle, and a lot of them died, many of them with the idea that they were defending their empress, which made me feel guilty. I wasn't really an empress, but they didn't know that. Yet, they fought on like loyal subjects. I paused at the door with my hand resting on the wooden frame. I was just a girl, faking it till I made it. A girl rife with issues that I repress and instead work relentlessly to avoid facing them. Maybe if the others knew that about me, it would change what they thought of me. I stood frozen at the door as the guilt gnawed at me and dug my heels into the floor. The thought of facing them, after all that, terrified me. What if I realized that I wasn't worthy of being called an empress? A cold hand on my shoulder made me jump, and I spun around to see Alessia there. The way she stared at me with admiration in her eyes gave me some reassurance. That's right, they still depend on me, just as much as I depend on them. I would make myself worthy of the title Empress of their eyes. Even if I had to work day and night for it. I adjusted my mask and took a deep breath to steady myself. When I opened this door, there truly would be no going back. They would all look at me as something I wasn't. Maybe I should start with a eulogy for those who have departed us and then encourage them right after. I doubt it would affect much, but it's what felt right. I can do this. I pushed open the door and gazed out across the courtyard. The last remaining of the undead were congregating around. Dozens of bodies littered the area, and the tree that the brute threw sat in the middle. The crushed remains of some of the undead were visible, along with a few detached limbs. Blood, the color of rusted iron, painted various parts of the stronghold, along with discarded weapons. Storm-gray clouds choked out the sun, and tiny droplets of water fell from the sky in a torrent of tears. The smell of the sea twisted with the smell of decaying flesh, and the distant peal of thunder roared out. I stared out across the sky and clenched my fist. Another peal of thunder screamed out, followed by a show of lightning. I hated letting them all die, and I hated how it was the only way for them to grow stronger. It wasn't fair, but it was the only way. Warriors of Asteria, hear my voice. I called out to the remaining undead. Dozens of heads turned in my direction. The dark voids of the skeletons' eye sockets affixed themselves on me. Dozens of milky white eyes focused on me, followed by the listless gaze of the incorporeal beings here. My breath caught in my voice for a moment as everyone stared at me. I had no idea what to say in a situation like this. But I knew that anything that I said might change the direction that this domain would go, so I would have to choose wisely. Today, you fought off a wave of foes who wished to do nothing more than bring down our empire. But today is only the start. I let the words sink in for a moment as I watched them all. I really hated that I couldn't see what they were feeling. Within this forest, and outside, there are many foes who wish to tear this empire down once again. But we won't let them, not again. Is it really a lie if they don't know any better? Or, if they believe in the lie, will it become the truth? The thunder punctuated the end of my sentence, and I remained quiet for a moment as I tried to formulate my following words. The undead shuffled closer to where I stood. Alessia stepped forward from my left and swung out her weapon, and stood there. The rain fell in an unending tide, and the moans of the zombies grew in unison. The skeletons slammed their swords into their shields. The cacophony grew into an overwhelming crescendo as the undead cheered the best they could. I could feel my heart hammer in my chest as the energy they were giving off affected me as well. For Asteria. The words tore their way from my lips as I screamed the words with everything I had. Now, all that was left for me to do was to send off all the dead so that they can rest in peace. Then go claim my prize. As I pushed my way through the legion, a few of the undead that I recognized as being part of the honor guard pressed forward and surrounded me in a box formation, with Alessia at my right. I threaded through the muddy ground, stepping around the fallen, careful to try to respect them while avoiding getting any sort of gore on my boots. Captain Ricard stepped back inside the walls, began directing the troops once more, and collected the weapons. Aaron looked a little worse for the wear, with his bones chipped and his gloves covered in various liquids. The sight made me shudder, and I resolved myself to help him get clean at some point. Karen teleported beside me to my left and gave me a nod. That went a little better than I planned. That was a rousing speech, my lady. It riled up the others in an unexpected way. It was nothing. I just said what felt right to me at the time. I stepped over a few corpses and went through the broken gap of the wall. 2 zombie legionaries were stripping the Ferals of gear and taking it back into the stronghold. A few of my honor guard and 2 warrant officers were with the brute, holding that massive monstrosity down. The captured brute was covered in dozens of cuts, and blood ran free from its body in small streams. Patches of its flesh were gray and turning into ash and flaking away. Even with all the damage that adorned its body, it still struggled against its captors. I strode across the ground, keeping my head held high, doing my utmost best to act out my role. Once we were within a few feet away from the monster, I commanded my honor guard to shift to the side as I stepped forward. I offer you 2 choices. You can either cast aside your former allegiance and join us, or you can join your brethren in death. Since I had complete control of the situation, I sent a sliver of my will towards the zombie, telling it to accept my offer but to drag it out. After all, I had to keep up the act. But they didn't have to know that. The brute looked up at me. Its teeth were chipped and broken, and its eyes bloodshot and filled with rage. It struggled once more and let out a defiant roar before bowing its head to me. Good. I'm glad you accepted my offer. We will relegate you to manual labor tasks until you have proven that you can be trusted. Warrant officers, take your recruit to the stronghold. I spun around and glanced at the area once more before I motioned for Karen to join me, along with Alessia. It was far too wet for me to stand out here any longer, and I didn't appreciate getting cold. The 3 of us appeared in my office, and I quickly stripped off my cloak and mask and placed them on my desk to dry. Thankfully, the cloak absorbed much of the rainwater, so I only had to take off my sticky outer layer as well. Instead of putting on dry clothing, I dived under my blanket and wrapped myself up. Acting on this level was beyond exhausting to me. The room was quiet for a few tense moments before I broke it. Karen, can you have the Legion collect all the corpses? It wouldn't feel right letting them all sit outside. My voice was quiet and barely registered in my ears as I pondered over what I had done. As you wish. Where would you like the bodies to be placed? Karen brought his hood down and crossed his arms. His words to me seemed quieter than usual, but that might just be me being too wrapped up in my thoughts. We can do the main courtyard. We will have a ceremony for everyone who has died today. It's the right thing to do after all. I pulled my legs up to my chest, tucked the blanket in everywhere I could, and sat there. I felt numb at seeing all the death. It made me feel worse knowing that I caused it. I mean, directing it all made me feel detached, but the second that I saw everything, it made me feel like shit. As you wish, mistress. Is there anything else? I glanced up at him and then at the map of the stronghold. I summoned a few crates lined with all the gear I have created the last few days outside the main headquarters and broke them into separate piles. One for the honor guard and one for the Legion. I was only slightly ashamed to say that the honor guard got better gear, but only slightly. One day they would be the best, and in turn, they would get the best gear. I have spawned all the equipment topside in the stronghold. With each passing second, I felt a little number and a little more distant. Would you mind making sure that all the gear is appropriately distributed? Afterward, prepare for the ceremony in a few days and get a battle report from the captain. Once I have that, I can create reinforcements for the stronghold to get it better prepared for the adventurers. Of course. I will return momentarily. He gave me a bow and vanished, leaving me with my thoughts and my eerily silent companion. Was I really cut out for this? I sat on my bed, wrapped up in my blanket, as I thought about what just happened. I felt guilty for leading them to their deaths. Even though they were undead, they felt like people to me. I gripped the blanket tighter and struggled with the guilt that gnawed away at me for quite some time until my notebook landed by me. My eyes glanced towards it and read over what was written in it. What is wrong, Empress? I stared at the notebook for some time as my mind put together the right words. I'm just hurt, and filled with grief, watching the others die, thinking that it would protect me or what I built. The notebook left my field of view once more, and I pulled the blanket all the tighter as if the pressure from it would keep me from falling apart. It hurt me deeply. Over the last few months, I've grown to see them as my children, and watching them die was devastating. How was it going to feel once the adventures came? My notebook landed on my bed once more, and a tiny spark of annoyance jolted through me. Death is a part of the job. We are all aware of it. All of us have already died once before, and it doesn't frighten us. We all know what is at stake for you. Each and every one of us will put our lives on the line in defense of that. We are the warriors of Asteria, and we will embrace death once more with open arms. I sniffled as I read it. It was much like what Karen keeps telling me. It was just hard to accept it. I know. It just hurts. It's all just so surreal, watching them die. I know you're right, I just wish it could be different. I felt pressure on my shoulder, and my body was pulled to the side. My eyes opened in surprise as I felt my face press against Alessia's body. Well, mainly the clothing, since she was still partially intangible. It was a bit like resting my head against a thin piece of silk that was threatening to break at any time. It was sudden, and it caught me entirely off guard. I stiffened up for a split second before relaxing. I didn't think she would do something like that. But it was the sweetest gesture someone has done for me in recent memory. I relaxed into her arms and nestled my head against her. I didn't think that a spirit would have a smell, but hers was something unique. It was like the faint scent of vanilla, with a trace of orange. In a way, it was comforting and helped me feel a lot better. I glanced up and saw that she had my notebook in her hands, and she was writing, which I decided to just read as she wrote instead of just waiting. I hope you forgive me for doing something like this. It just seemed like you needed it. I shrugged and relaxed a little more. I was wrapped up in my blanket and was warm. A lot of what was tormenting me was slowly trickling away, though I was still pondering on it as I came to terms with it. What this the cost of my perceived crown? I ruled over all the undead here, yet I could do nothing as they fought and died. Maybe I just had to let them do what they thought was best. If I tried to lord over them, it would only hurt me in the end. This was a lot harder than I thought it would be. I glanced at the clock and saw that it was a tick over 2100 hours and decided that I should get some rest. I needed to get back into training and get ready for the funeral in a few days. I brought my sword up as I blocked a blow from one royal guardsman with my left hand. I channeled ki through my right along with a portion of my soul and caught the blade of another. The blade smashed into my hand. Initially, I would have never done something like this, but after extensive testing, I discovered that the metal that made up my hand was unnaturally strong. I kicked my foot out and reinforced it with ki and caught the skeleton in the legs, knocking out its femur, causing it to collapse. I released its blade, quickly pushed aside the zombie's blade, and threw a punch, which sent the zombie skidding back a few feet. Since I woke up, I've spent the last few hours getting used to how my body was with these upgrades, partially for the desire to train and to bury the pain that was still coiled around my heart. Even though I was only level 1, I was moving faster than I thought possible. I even felt stronger than I ever have before. If this was how I felt at level 1, I couldn't even begin to imagine how much better I could be. The only thing stopping me was that I wanted to pack as many things as I could into my class before I hit my milestone. I ducked below another sword and lashed out a ki-infused kick, knocking away another skeleton. Even though they were the lowest tier undead I had, they put up a fight, though to be fair, they all had a class, and I was fighting multiple at once. The only reason I was doing this well was because of the various proficiencies I had at my disposal. That and they were taking it easy on me as I was working on becoming more coordinated. I was attempting to become more ambidextrous since my medium was on my right hand. So far, it was working well. The increase of stats from my ki affinity made it much easier to do stuff like that. I jumped back a short way with Shuanpa and brought my blade up to block another blade descending towards me. With my opponent's blade blocked, I twisted my body and delivered a punishing backhand with my metal-clad hand, sending the zombie flying back. My heart raced in my chest as I worked on attacking and defending. I'm thankful that they were taking it easy on me since I was still a beginner, but the way that Alessia taught made it so much easier to learn this stuff. Aaron made me learn through repetition. Alessia thrust me into the midst of things and forced me to learn on the fly while correcting whatever errors I made in the process. I saw another blade coming from the corner of my eye, and it forced me to use more ki to dodge it, which caused my stamina to dip into already dangerous levels. The sound of metal vibrating filled my ears as the ache of exhaustion filled my bones. My muscles screamed in pain as I stepped back. Enough. All of my honor guards stopped mid-motion and sheathed their blades. I dropped to the ground as I tried to catch my breath and let my stamina bar refill. My ki was also dipping below levels that I was comfortable with. My soul, however, still had a fair amount left in reserve. I want to work on that a bit later and see if I can increase my skill. But first thing first, let's see how my proficiencies were looking. I opened up my menu and saw that I increased my one-handed proficiency by another 2 levels over the last few hours. I also added another level to my overall endurance and dexterity. I have to hand it to Alessia, she knows what she is doing, even if her methods are a little harsh. I stood up and wobbled for a second as my legs grew weak. My body hurt, but I had to keep going. I needed to learn everything I could before I hit my class milestone. I refused to be weak. Alessia, do we have anything here we can use as target practice? I ignored the burning pain in my arms as I opened up my menu and spawned in an Asterian pattern bow along with a few arrows. Eventually, I want to create a bow with my medium, but that would be as soon as I get better with soul manipulation. Alessia stepped behind a small building the undead made here, and I took a second to get acquainted with the bow. It was pretty much a short recurve bow. One that would give me the most bang for the resources that I spent to create it. The bow itself felt sturdy and didn't weigh all that much. I raised the bow and drew the string back, careful not to let it slip. I learned my lesson the first time and didn't need a repeat. My muscles screamed in pain as the string fought against me, yet I continued to pull it back. Once I reached the apex, I slowly let the string fall back into place so I wouldn't break it. Yes, this would do for the moment. It was time to add archery proficiency to the list. Alessia came from behind the shelter, carrying a decently sized wooden log. I reached down and grabbed an arrow, and ran my finger across the tip. Using just what had to be hell on the soft metal, but it was all that I had for now. She placed it down roughly 50 meters away from me and hurried back towards me. Common sense told me to wait for her to get out of the firing zone before I attempted to use this weapon. I know that she wouldn't get hurt too badly by it, but it was still the idea. I have never used a bow in my life, and it was dangerous for anyone to be in the firing zone. Hell, it was even dangerous for me to use this weapon. But, a girl had to learn after all. I gripped the bow string and pulled back on the arrow as I aimed it towards the log that Alessia dragged out. I slowly released my breath as I adjusted my grip. I've never held a bow before in my life, yet my body seemed to know how to instinctively. I think that was because of the martial acumen title that I got earlier. I slowly released my pent-up breath and sent the arrow flying. It soared true and smashed into the log, though not quite in the area that I wanted it to. Inaccurate, but it was a start. I grabbed another arrow and pulled it back, and cycled through each shot. The dull routine was doing wonders of letting me shut off my mind and not think about anything vital. I've been so high-strung the last few weeks, with all the training, and the battle, that my mental state has been out of whack. After running through all the arrows at my disposal, I checked my cluster to see how it looked. I managed to cluster together 3 arrows, with another 4 spread around the log. The rest were, well, gone with the wind. I glanced at my notifications and dismissed the one for the bow proficiency. Good, I think with that, I was done for the day. I wanted to get back to my office and work on a few things. I motioned for one of the zombies next to me and handed the bow off to him. I mean, I had no actual use for it at the moment. It would serve them better for the time being. Maybe now that I had time before the ceremony, I could create some gear just for myself and work on the lore a bit more while I had the time. Because after the ceremony, I had to throw myself into training and building like never to make sure that this place was ready for the adventurers. Alright, Alessia, I'm going to head to my office. Would you like to join me? It was getting easier to talk to her, and I found myself becoming more and more comfortable with her. She gave me a bow and walked over to me. Her cape fluttered softly in the wind. She crossed the distance and took her spot to the right of me. I placed my hand on her shoulder and teleported back to my office. The world spun around me and stretched out as the ability worked its magic, and then the faint trace of nausea that followed shortly after. I screwed my eyes shut as I fought away the urge to vomit before heading over to my desk. I brought my menu up and selected the creation tool. If I wanted to specialize in fighting, I wanted gear to go with it. I know I wanted to keep my personal defense budget down, but I wanted something comfortable and would fit me well enough so I wouldn't have to cannibalize my mob's gear. I took the main sword that I had created and made a new design based on it. I removed the crossguard on a new template, extended the bottom of the blade out a small way, and slowly decreased its thickness as it grew in length to an acute tip. I wanted it to be both a beautiful and elegant weapon that I can use in my left hand to free up my medium. For the blade's handle, I merged it into the metal so it would be one continuous piece and painted it with the same colors that my mask had. Once I was happy with it, I saved the template as the Empress blade and confirmed its creation. As the blue motes fell from the ceiling, I kicked back in my chair and tried to relax a bit. My body really ached, and my head had a steady thrum of pain from all my work. I could handle long hours, but I really have had no time to myself, and that was one of the biggest things I needed to handle long work hours. I yawned as I opened up my menu and checked through my templates. Curious about what I had and what I could make, I could spread them around my domain. I scrolled through the list, and my eyes lingered on the cooking templates. It's been so long since I have done anything with cooking, and I kinda miss it. It's been a significant part of my life so long that it feels kinda lonely. I wish I knew what herbs were in my domain and what was edible here, so I could make something for old time's sake. But it was a little beyond me, and not to mention that it probably wasn't safe with all the zombies and ghast running around, and that was a risk that I would not take. As I looked through the list, my eyes landed on the rusted old chef knife template. I opened it up and looked it over. The blade was rusted and chipped in various places down the length of its blade. It was something that I would be ashamed to use. I stared at it for a moment, and an idea dawned on me. Why don't I make one? A personal template for me to use, cause once I get a steady flow of resources in, I could finally cook once more, and I refused to use a knife as downtrodden as that. I opened up my menu, copied the template, and began working out the kinks on the blade and making it slightly larger. I removed the handle, replaced it with a simple wooden one that I sanded down, and secured it with a few metal rivets. Once I was happy with it, I tweaked the blade a few times and made it closer to a Jito since I preferred them over most Western chef knives. They were thin, light, and didn't wear down my wrist nearly as much as the heavier blades. I tweaked the blade's color a bit, turned the steel almost black, and worked on fine-tuning the edge a bit. While I was not well versed with swords, I could still create a near-perfect chef knife since I knew what I wanted. Once I was happy with it, I saved the template under Calix's chef knife and created the item. As my new items were being created, I decided to work on lore for the domain. I wanted to work out the entrance and cross the river and maybe get a rough idea of how the docks looked. I wish there wasn't so much work to be done, but thankfully the undead was working on stuff on their own. It really helped cut my workload down quite a bit. So, in here, I wrote a clue for the adventurers to easily cross the river. I closed the cover of the book I spawned in and set my pen down. I mean, it wasn't anything special, just a tiny excerpt about a merchant who travels to places who heard a rumor about a ferryman, who will happily take you across the river, for a small toll. Now, I would probably rip the page out and set it to respawn where I place it so they could always use it as a reference. I grabbed my notebook and doodled out a design for the docks. I came up with something in the shape of a T with a few branching parts. I would fill the principal part with barrels and crates and have a few lanterns that would hang in a staggered pattern down the length of the dock. I would leave this note on a barrel underneath the light so that it could always be seen. My drawing skills were still horrible, but they passed for what I needed. The rest I could leave to my imagination as I built it. I should still hopefully have the wood for it. If not, I would just have to wait for the soldiers to cut some more trees down. I sat back in my chair and chewed on the end of my pen as I worked through more ideas. I had to figure out the next zone, which, thankfully, I wouldn't have to build for some time. I could go ahead and maybe get an area portioned off. I opened up my map, clicked on the expansion option, selected the area directly behind the stronghold, and only selected the 1 kilometer option. Since it wasn't classified as the entrance, I could keep it blocked off, so no one but myself could enter. I confirmed my choice, and the ground trembled as it expanded outwards. On the map, a large, storm-gray fog wall appeared that stretched into the sky. The surrounding fog meshed with it and obscured its view. In fact, it blended in so well that if I wasn't looking, I probably wouldn't have noticed it. There, I knocked out more work today. Now all that was left was for me to take a nap and then get back to training. I had one more free day before I had to get ready for the ceremony. After that, I would throw myself into training and work so that my domain would be ready once it opened. I cast a glance towards my cot and decided that I wanted to lie down. Sleep did wonders for my aching body, and thankfully the more that I worked out and trained, the less that it hurt. But I wasn't a fan of the ache that came from it. I didn't like the burn and then the self-hatred for the next few days after as my body worked through it all. I opened up my menu, brought up Aaron's tab, and told him that I would need him to practice with me tomorrow. I wanted to work on my hand-to-hand combat a bit more. Next on my list was the captain. I wanted to train with him, but I would feel bad if I pulled him from his duties. It didn't bother me much with Aaron since I saw him screwing around with a lot of the others anyways. But it wouldn't hurt to ask, I suppose. As I was typing a message to Ricard, a thought crossed my mind. Is the undead mourning the same way that I am over the undead? Outside of my unhealthy fixation of using work to bury my pain, I wonder if the loss of their comrades affected them. That was something to ask around about and see, I suppose. But that was tomorrow's problem. Now I wanted to get some rest so I could tackle my day in full force. I opened my eyes and saw that Alessia had vanished. A small flitter of disappointment filled me as I realized I would be lonely again for a while. I glanced at my clock and saw that it was only around 9 am. I didn't feel like going out and training today, which would leave me with two options. Either work on some content for the domain or meditate and work on my ki and soul. I wasn't really in the mood for writing content, so that just left me with meditation. I glanced around the room, and it reaffirmed my thought. It was better than being lonely again. I really needed to work on my issues rather than running away by working myself to death to ignore them. I stood up and stretched as my body slowly woke up. Now I had to figure out a pleasant spot to meditate. Did I want to do it here or find a place in the forest? I mean, for me, either place was safe enough. There wasn't really anything out there that would hurt me, though I had a feeling that Alessia would probably have a conniption on the matter. Which was funny enough made me laugh a bit. It was weird having someone who was overly protective. Weird but not unpleasant. I opened up my map and looked across the domain to find a place for me to meditate. The only place that seemed quiet and far away was the lake. For some reason, the surrounding area still seemed full of life, though a few meters out, the forest was slowly graying and dying. That was an odd interaction, and I wasn't sure what was causing it. But I wasn't complaining. It would give me a clean and beautiful area to meditate in. Though not so much once the adventurers came in. I could always block it off, but that didn't feel right. I wanted everything to be open to the adventurers, adding restrictions to places would ruin the charm. So I would just leave it as it is for now. I opened another screen and quickly shot Alessia a message, telling her I would be at the lake when she finished doing whatever she was doing. The second that the message was sent, I quickly teleported over to the lake. Once my nausea had passed, I looked around, trying to find a decent place for me to sit. A vast portion of the area was covered in vines and small plants. There was a small dirt-ridden road that I usually used to get into the lake when I took my baths, but other than that, it was just a crowded coastline. But I wanted something prettier than this. I stared at the lake as I tried to create an image of my mind on how I wanted the place to look. I wanted to make a beach or something close to it, so let's see what I can do. I waved my hand, and a small, runic circle appeared below 4 of the trees. It was a 3-layered circle connected with a few dozen star-shaped symbols that all twisted opposite each other and glowed with a dark maroon light. The trees looked as if they were being eaten away by a fire. They were flaking and turning into ash and getting sucked into the symbol on the ground. This was probably the first time I saw this skill as clear as this, and it did not disappoint me. The entire process didn't last more than just a moment, as the trees vanished without a trace, leaving a small clearing. I changed the ground by making it a solid piece of rock with a smooth top and extended it up and outwards to overlook the lake a bit. It wasn't pretty, but it would do for now. Once I was happy with the overall appearance, I climbed on top of it and quickly began to work the land around the lake. I consumed various plants and materials, replacing them with golden sand, all around the perimeter of the lake. Once I was happy with it all, I sat down and enjoyed the look of my mini beach. I had to shift a few times to get comfortable on the rock, but really it wasn't all that bad to sit on. It was hard, but nothing that a pillow couldn't fix. But it didn't matter that much to me. I mean, once I activated my meditation skill, I wouldn't feel it, anyway. I crossed my legs and closed my eyes. Before I went into my subconscious, I decided to just sit here in silence for a moment. The kiss of the sunlight left a quiet warmth on my skin, and the wind gently caressed my exposed flesh. Since I decided not to wear my cloak or mask today, the subtle scent of the water was far different from what I thought it would have been. It was like that of a freshly bloomed rose, with the scent of grass that was recently watered touched with moss. It was peaceful and serene, the perfect place to meditate. With one last deep breath, I activated my meditation skill. My eyes opened to my ki realm, and the air felt different. The fog was less oppressive and was slowly being sucked up into a giant sphere that was rotating behind the outline of my body. The 7 padlocks were still there, hanging tightly on, while the fog was pressing through my body's outline. I pushed through the fog and walked across the air towards my foundation. I crossed my legs and took a deep breath, and the surrounding haze shifted with my breath. The bolts of lightning struck the ground even more fiercely than before, and in the back of my mind, I knew I should not do what I did last time. At least until I got better with key manipulation. I pulled my gaze from the lightning and stared up at my key core. As it twisted, it yanked on the fog, pulling it into itself. Its surface crackled with power, and small bolts of lightning danced across its surface. It was like having my very own sun, in a way. I watched it as it twisted and spun, leaving behind trails of fog that were slowly being sucked up into it. Now I had to figure out how to strengthen it, so my key reserves could be more plentiful. Karen said to meditate on it, but I still wasn't sure what to do with it. I watched it rotate for some time, and how the surrounding fog seemed to ebb and lull in a pattern. I dragged in a deep breath, and the surrounding haze pushed towards me. With another deep breath, the haze wrapped around me and seeped in my pores. So all I had to do was breathe and be calm. That wasn't a problem. I wish I would have known just to do this the first time, and I would have spared myself all that extra pain. But that was in the past. I had to keep moving forward. The haze of ki pushed further into me, and instead of the overwhelming power, it felt like a heavier version of air settling in my lungs. I fought back the sense of panic and tried to embrace how it felt. The ki was heavy and only grew thicker with each deep breath that I took. After a few minutes, it felt like I was breathing in syrup. Each breath grew harder, but I had to stay relaxed. A few more deep breaths later, it felt almost impossible to breathe any more in. My lungs couldn't possibly fit anymore. But I needed just one more breath. One more, and I would stop. I had to keep pushing my body if I wanted to get any stronger. I needed to be strong. Not just for myself but for everyone in the domain. If I wanted to be the Empress, I needed to prove to everyone that I was worthy of that title. That last breath was the hardest thing that I had ever had to do. My body fought against it as I felt like I was about to explode from the pressure inside me. As another small tendril of fog pushed its way inside of me, and a thunderous explosion shook my foundation. The pressure threatening to tear me apart was torn from me as the haze was sucked away. My eyes shot open, and I swallowed a deep breath that soothed the burning in my chest. I watched as the first padlock fell from my body's outline. The lock was shattered in a dozen places and fell in a rain of metallic debris, falling into whatever void lay below. A small hole stood where the lock once was, and the fog was quickly sucked into it. The core quickly consumed its newfound food and swiftly grew in size. Its surface rippled and pulsed with an unbidden power. The lightning that dotted its surface crackled and roared as its strength grew. I stood up and noticed that my limbs were much lighter than before. My head pulsed with a sense of clarity, and each breath I took seemed easier and lighter. I glanced at my notifications to see if I could get a bearing on what I did, and oh boy, was I surprised. Viscera saturation, your body has absorbed an enormous amount of ki. It has now augmented your internal organs. Your heart has been reinforced, your muscles are more robust, and your brain is more efficient. All your organs have been improved and now operate more efficiently than before. Increase strength, agility, dexterity, health by +2. You have unlocked the first vital ki point. Your basic ki core is now a nascent core. Your ki replenishment rate has slightly increased, and you have gained 2 levels in ki manipulation. A wave of excitement washed over me as I got to see the results of all of my hard work. Nothing was more satisfying to me than seeing the amount of progress that I could make. I glanced at the clock and saw that it only took me a few hours to do this. So I still had time to work on meditation. However, I think I made enough progress in the ki department for today. Now I think it was time that I worked on my soul. I haven't given it enough time lately, and I needed to make sure I was training everything. I forced myself deeper into my mind and went into my soul realm. The only thing that had changed since I was here last was that my outline grew and was plastered in the sky just like in my ki realm. However, in place of padlocks, there were stars plastered around my body. There was an uncountable number, much like the cloudless night sky. However, what drew my attention was that a small number was brighter than the others and formed a few constellations. One was the shape of a sword and comprised 6 stars. They sat outside of my body, near my left hand. On the right was a bow that was made by 8 stars. Above my head was a crown, made by 4. By my feet was a shield in the shape of a diamond made of 5 stars. However, the biggest constellation sat behind my outline. It was composed of 10 stars and showed the face of a dragon that stared at me, with its maw at the ready to consume me if given a chance. I stared up at them, unsure of what each was. First, I glanced at the sword and tried to work through what it meant based on what I already knew of this world, plus what I could conclude based on common sense. I should probably ask Karen for help and see what he says before I make any choices, but at the same time, I want to be independent and make a good choice. The sword, to me, represented aggression and combat. Something that I have been practicing for quite some time. The bow is for ranged attacks and was methodical in use and pinpoint its accuracy. The crown would represent leadership and be reflective in my role as the Empress of Asteria. The shield would reflect my desire to protect everyone under my command, no matter the cost. But the dragon eluded me. I knew it represented a few different things in various cultures, but I wasn't sure what it meant here. I stared up at the sky and thought it all over. They clearly wanted me to select one of them, but what did I want? Combat? Leadership? Accuracy? Defense? Or whatever the dragon represented. Ugh, choices sucked. They all seemed fantastic, and I didn't want to make the wrong one. Nor did I want to rely on Karen for this. This was my choice, and my soul, after all. The dragon, though, kept drawing my attention. There was something about it that kept dragging me in. The curiosity of what it could be was too much, and I decided I wanted it. I was already working on mastery of everything else in the constellation. But the dragon? That was something unique, and whatever it was, I wanted it. I raised my hand and gathered a portion of my soul in my hand, and pointed it at the dragon constellation. I took a deep breath with no lack of anxiety in my chest. Every day, I was growing stronger, yet there was still so much I didn't know. Yet, with each passing second, my thirst for knowledge and the desire for power was only growing stronger. I steeled my hand and released my soul shot towards the dragon constellation, ready for whatever was to come. A fragment of my soul rushed forwards to the dragon. It was as if time was slowing down as I watched it close the distance. A part of me thought about how I should have talked to my companion first, but there was no going back now. A few heartbeats later, my soul impacted the middle of the constellation, and a shock wave of light forced back all the other stars. The constellation lit up for a moment before it started to descend. In the center of the constellation, a pure white flame flickered into existence before it plummeted like a comet towards my soul. My heart beat heavily in my chest as I watched it fall. I racked my brain for what could happen, but I came up dry. I closed my eyes as I waited for the inevitable result of the flame to touch my soul. On the seventh heartbeat, a wave of power rushed over me. It was a feeling of freedom and overwhelming power. The fibers of my being cracked and stretched to accommodate the influx of power. Unlike my soul fracturing, this didn't hurt all that much. It just felt like my soul was just stretching to accommodate an additional force. Maybe it did hurt, but I've just grown used to the pain at this point, so I just failed to notice. I rolled my neck and cracked my fingers, and opened my eyes. A heat rushed across my chest like I just took a shot of vodka, and I just let it simmer there for a moment. The fire spread to my limbs, and I felt them absorb some of the excess energy. I opened my eyes and glanced at my soul and saw that the white flame was just circling it like a planet in orbit. I glanced at my hands and saw that nothing really changed. Just the same hands, albeit slightly more muscular than before. I glanced at my medium and clenched it into a fist. At first, it was weird to look at. It tickled the back of my mind like something was wrong with me. But now, I hardly even realize it was there most days. I glanced at my menu and gestured quickly for the notifications that arrived. It was time to see what changed. You have chosen the constellation of the dragon. Dragons are powerful creatures, seldom seen. Intelligent, fierce, and protective over their own. Some say that the dragon represents royalty and strength, while others say they only represent destruction and death. Will you walk the same path or carve your own? You have been granted a fragment of a dragon's soul fortifying your own. Because of this, soul-based dragon skills have been added to your overall tree. You can now change a single pre-created soul template into a dragon weapon. Draconic Will I, within your soul is the resolve of dragons. You get a flat increase of will and increased soul regeneration. +2 will. Slightly increased soul regeneration. Draconic Strength I, due to the presence of a Nescient Key core, you have received a minute portion of a dragon's strength. +2 strength. To advance further down the dragon's path, you need to further cultivate the dragon's flame. Would you like to convert one of your soul templates? My eyes skimmed across the notification, and my mouth dropped. I had no idea that this choice would be so strong, nor did I have any idea why I got it, but I wasn't going to argue it. Sadly, however, the excitement quickly faded as the anxiety crept in. It would only increase my workload, and I wasn't sure how to feel about that just yet. I selected the template option and then my soul clause. It was the only one that I had so far, so I might as well get it changed. I confirmed the choice and dismissed my screen. I glanced at my soul outline one last time and thought over what I was doing with myself. It felt like I was doing a little of everything, and I wasn't sure if that was a good thing. I just didn't want to over-specialize just yet, since I didn't know what this world offered with the classes. I dismissed the notifications and decided that I was done for now. I had to think about everything real quick and get with my companion on my choices to figure out how to proceed. I cut the skill, and my vision shifted back to the real world, and my eyes meandered over to the clock. I spent a few hours in meditation, and the sun was well on its journey across the sky. Bundles of stormy gray clouds were slowly gathering, and the wind was picking up. I pulled my legs up to my chest and stared out across the lake, and took a deep breath. I'll test out everything I got later. Right now, I just wanted some time to myself. My heart felt heavy with homesickness, and I felt burdened with a growing sense of depression. I didn't hate doing any of this. This was probably some of the most fun that I had in a while. But being surrounded by the undead was just lonely. I had Alessia, who seemed the most human of them all, but it still changed nothing. Most of them don't talk, and I don't want to drag Karen into needless conversation since he has become busier lately. I hugged my legs tighter to my chest and watched as the surface of the lake rippled from the wind. As I watched the water ripple, a memory of my father came to mind. Back when I was younger, we would go out on family trips, and we once went to a national park, the name of which was long forgotten. But the memory of him telling me how fast wind had to be to create waves on a lake's surface, and a few other things that went over my head as a child. Such a strange little thing to remember, but one that made me smile nonetheless. Even though they were hard on me, I miss them. I sat in the fading sun for some time, thinking of my life and future, before I decided I wanted to head back to my office. I wanted to take a nap and get reinforcements ready for the ceremony tomorrow, which sent a small cluster of daggers through my heart. Funerals were never my strong suit, and I haven't even decided on a eulogy for them yet. I suppose I should write something before I go to sleep. It would be the right thing to do for them after all. But I had no idea what would fit them. I mean, they were undead, and many of them were here since the start. It hurt watching them die, but it more so settled in after the fact, just how bad it hurt. But what does death mean to an undead? They have to die once to get here, so does dying once more mean something more? I pondered the thought for a moment, and a light bulb went off in my head. I should talk to Alessia. She would know more about the matter since she is a spirit. Speaking of which, where was she? It wasn't like her to vanish for long periods. In fact, a part of me felt that staying out of her sight for too long was not something she would allow. She was an odd one, but it was something I was coming to appreciate more and more every day. I stood up, made a gesture to open my map, and quickly panned over towards my office. It was time to head back and get ready for the ceremony. However, just before I teleported out, I felt the familiar grip of an icy hand on my shoulder, and a slight grin crossed my face. Ah, there she is. I knew she wouldn't be far. My world twisted as my office came into view. Thankfully, through constant use, the resulting nausea was weakening. It made me glad that my body is getting used to everything. I cleared my throat and walked over to my desk, grabbing my bag on the way. I wanted to knock out this eulogy and plan out the reinforcement plan for tomorrow. Alessia was as usual quiet as a ghost and stood close by. So, where did you go? I didn't see you when I woke up. I asked her as I sat down and pulled out my pen and notebook. I grabbed another set and passed it back to her since she still had trouble speaking. As she wrote, I flipped open to a new page and quickly tried to work out a plan for tomorrow. I needed to reinforce the stronghold, but I also didn't want them to be overly strong. For the time being, I think I would leave out brutes. Maybe for the next zone, they would make an appearance. But for now, I was happy with what I had. I also had to do a slight rework on the ranking system a bit. I may shift the warrant officers outside the ranking system and create mobs to better lead the other undead. As I was working on the new ideas, Alessia placed my other notebook on the corner of the desk. I set my pen down and glanced over at it. I had to take care of some training with the honor guard. Forgive me for not informing you of my departure. I wished not to wake you. It's all right. I was just curious. I usually see you when I first wake up. Alessia didn't pick up the notebook immediately. She appeared in the corner of my eye and walked to the front of my desk. Once she was settled in, she reached out and grabbed her writing utensils and notebook, 'cause, let's be honest, they are pretty much hers now, and wrote once more. I tapped the pen on the edge of the desk a few times as I thought about my choices. I think I would roll with Centurions, leading the undead. It was quick, easy, and would allow me a bit more flexibility. That way, the warrant officers could move about more freely and shift between detachments as needed. I opened up my creation menu, brought up my templates, quickly designed out the rank patch for them, the chevrons, and added another, with a single gold bar underneath them. I saved the template and glanced down at her notebook. "Did you miss me, Lady Asteria?" I felt my eyebrow raise as I stared at her and tried to judge her. Her face was as still as stone and betrayed nothing. I knew what she wanted me to say, but I wasn't going to give in that easily. Something like that. Her eye twitched, barely, but it was there, which meant I hit a nerve. But I didn't have time to play her game. I had questions to ask. "Anyway, all jokes aside, I have a question. What does death mean to the undead?" She tilted her head, thoroughly distracted, and quickly scribbled something out. "It doesn't really mean all that much to us. Maybe for those who live, it's a reason to mourn, but it's a reason to rejoice for us. We finally get to rest once more, though I suppose there is room for mourning as well if you really want to think about it." I quickly nodded and glanced down at my paper as I slowly but surely started to write what felt right. "Thank you, Alessia. I appreciate the help." I trudged along a long hallway. Torches lined the walkway, along with a red carpet that stretched the entire length, casting a baleful glow across the claustrophobic space. My heart ached with every beat, like somebody was driving daggers through it. Each step I took felt like I was being tugged along by a string. Never before have I felt this hurt. It was far more profound than anything that I have ever felt before. Like my life was falling apart, and I had no power to stop it. I still walked on that same path. Warm liquid seeped down my face in an endless trail as I pushed forward. In the corner of my eye, dozens of notifications were rolling past. Most of them were blurred as they quickly replaced one another, yet one word was as clear as day. That single word twisted my heart and fanned the flames of burning anger that threatened to consume me with each step I took. Slain. That word wrenched my heart, and my tears became a torrent. The rage blossomed into a bright sun, and my thoughts became focused on something. Something I couldn't quite make out. All the words seemed jumbled together and hidden through a filter. But the emotion was still there, eating away at me. Rage, sorrow, despair, hatred. They all circled around my mind, driving nails into my chest. I stumbled forward towards a double door that was clad in gold. Laurels of silver hung from various crevices, along with a plethora of various jewels. Jewels that no longer held any sort of meaning to me. Just worthless pieces of rocks. Just as I pressed my hand against the door and a bell rung out. The final toll for a fallen hero. The same toll was strong enough to tear my heart in two and send cold chills across my flesh. I clenched my teeth and forced the door open on silent hinges, revealing a sun wreathed in the color of freshly spilled blood. A few bolts of scarlet danced across the sky, matching the thunder that was keening in the distance. Rain drizzled down, trying to drown out the pungent smell of blood and fire, mixed with the all-too-familiar scent of death. Large plumes of black smoke rose towards the sky, and the faint sounds of swords clashing rang in the distance. A few paces in front of me were two hulking creatures clad in armor that were once golden but now charred and blackened. They both had their hands extended out, and a shimmering golden shield enveloped us that was shrugging off a flurry of white and golden magic. Yet each spell was blurred and shifted, hiding its identity from me, and the sound was muffled and faded. But that didn't matter to me. What mattered was the corpse that was lying behind the hulking armor-clad creatures. I stumbled forward, and all the rage I felt dissipated and was replaced with absolute despair. I fell to my knees and placed my hands on the face of the now-dead figure. Its face was blurred beyond all recognition, yet I knew who exactly it was that lay before me. My heart ached and I cried out in anguish as I reached forward and touched the ashen face. My mouth moved, yet no words came out. I knew not what I said, yet the emotion told me everything I needed to know. A final departure for the person closest to my heart. A sorrowful lamentation of regret. My hands reached out and clasped the sword that lay next to the corpse. As I grasped the blade, the ball of hatred in my heart reignited into an icy rage. I stood up and reached for the single button that held my cloak together and threw it to the side before I placed my hand on my mask and threw it to the side as well. It landed on the stone with a soft clatter, and the two creatures glanced behind them. Each bore a set of picks of golden light that fixated on me through a scorched golden helm. With a single glance of intent, both understood what was about to happen and drew a sword that glowed with a sickly green aura. I walked past them with the sword clasped firmly in my hand. The handle felt cold and heavy, a grim reminder of what had come and what had yet to be. With a single thought, power coursed through me, and a ball of violet power grew in my right hand. With each passing second, it only grew stronger and brighter. I stepped forward and gazed out across my city and cried out, with a primal roar that tore from my throat with unprecedented power, matched with the anguish that threatened to break me. Before me stood a legion of white and gold, with banners held high, hidden through a static barrier that constantly flickered in and out. I glanced at the two creatures that stood behind me and gave them a soft smile and one last command. The words were faded and quiet as if they had yet to exist, and I could only make out three. No one else. My attention shifted back towards the front, and I raised my hand and expelled the energy in my hand in a display of light that rivaled that of the sun, and only grew brighter until it too blinded me and my surroundings, drowning everything in a violet light. With a start, I jumped from my bed. My heart was pounding, and a cold sweat clung to my flesh. What was that? I could still feel the twinges of despair dancing around my chest, along with the budding headache from being violently torn from my sleep. My hands shook violently as I tried to reel in my emotions and tried to understand what just happened. I've been here for quite some time, and I've yet to dream outside of this. I brought my hands up to my face to wipe away whatever sweat and tears had built up. Alessia must have seen me wake up as a mess, walked over to me, and sat down on the bed. I felt an icy hand on my shoulder and then the presence of clothing. Though if I wasn't directly looking at her, I wouldn't have known she was there. Damn her and her desire to make sure I'm all right. I took a deep breath and calmed my nerves, and a notebook appeared by me. What's wrong, my lady? I had a dream where everyone was dying, and Asteria was on fire, and there was little that I could do to stop it all. The dream still hung heavy on my mind. It all felt so real, like it was something beyond a dream. I couldn't bear the thought of everything that I was working so hard to build, getting burnt down like it was nothing. Fear, not Empress, for as long as I can fight, I can ensure that nothing of the sort will ever occur. I swear that on my own life that no matter what happens, I will defend you and this realm. Her words helped bring peace to my mind. It was just a dream, after all. It wasn't anything to get too worked up about. I mean, I can't see the future or anything. Alessia stood up and walked over towards my desk, grabbed the notebook I worked on last night, and brought it over. I wiped away the exhaustion in my eyes and attempted to shove down the memory of the dream, hoping, as, with all dreams, this too would vanish with time. I flipped open my notebook, looked over what I was working on, nodded my head, glanced at the clock, and saw that it was only 6 a.m. I brought my screen up and shot a quick message to Karen, telling him to gather everyone, and the ceremony would start soon. I purposefully neglected to check out the stronghold. Partially with the thought that the issue wouldn't exist if I ignored it, and because I didn't feel comfortable looking at their funeral arrangements just yet. I mean, it was partially my fault that they all perished, and that thought alone made me feel incredibly guilty. I jumped out of bed and rummaged around my office, looking for my cloak and mask. I didn't feel like creating vast, elaborate outfits since that was never really my style, to begin with. Besides, the cloak and the mask seemed solemn enough for my use. I threw my clothes on and rifled through my notebook for a bit. It would give time for my companion to get everything ready and for me to work my part. For now, it was the waiting game. With a single motion, I teleported myself and Alessia into the new part of the domain. I stood in a barren plain and a host of undead behind me. After the combat briefing, I never got with the captain since I was still feeling ashamed of myself, so everything I did was on the fly. But I would explain to him after the ceremony what I changed, so he can better implement it into the Legion, so it wasn't a total bust. I spun and glanced at the small horde behind me. I created 5 Centurions, which were zombie pack leaders. They didn't cost nearly as much as I thought they would, which was good. Plus, I've been having a small influx of essence from all the rewards I've been getting, so it hasn't been too big of an issue for me. Next to the small horde was a group of 4 warrant officers. One was a spirit that held a dark flame from the tips of his finger. The next was a giant skeleton that held a bow with a quiver of arrows strapped to its back. The third was a smaller zombie with a spear in its hand. I didn't quite have a spear-based class, and I wanted one. The 4th warrant officer was a bit weird. It was a mass of shadows in a vaguely humanoid shape that barely absorbed the light and the only undead in the area that I couldn't get the uniform on. Oh well, I couldn't always have it my way, I suppose. Positioned behind the Centurions were the basic T1 mobs, at 12 apiece. I wanted to keep the power levels somewhat even, so I didn't want to go too far overboard with that. They were all dressed in the uniforms that I made for them, and I went a few steps ahead and worked on making them look ragged and dirty. I prefer them to look clean and sharp, but that wouldn't quite fit this zone. To the group's left was the honor guard reinforcement without classes that Alessia talked me into creating. She wanted to use a few of the T2S and create some variety, which I don't blame. Whatever she makes, I profit off of it, regardless. The most interesting one so far was the skeletal horror. They looked like skeletons mostly, but the way they shifted their bones around was unnerving. The dark magic mages were a bit fun, as well. It let me have a bit more variety for the military, but I still wanted more. Once everything was settled, I positioned the undead in multiple box-shaped formations, with a centurion leading each and a warrant officer attached to each on the far left. I checked out all the uniforms and ensured that they were all wearing them correctly and had the proper ranks attached to them. I went ahead and gave them a wide variety of weapons, with some wielding swords and shields, while others held just spears, with a few bows mixed in. I stared at the formations for a moment before switching things up a bit and organizing everything based on what weapons were being used. I wanted everything to be uniform and clean, and ready for the ceremony. As I waited for them to organize, I glanced over at Alessia and saw that the honor guard was ready to go at a moment's notice. Lined up in a much tighter and better-looking box formation than my own. I felt a smile cross my face from under my mask as I watched Alessia work. I expected nothing less from her. I turned my attention back to the other dead and saw that they were still shuffling around somewhat. I glanced at the clock and saw that it was going on 9 in the morning. I wasn't particularly in a rush to get to the ceremony, so I wasn't all that perturbed at how long they took to get organized. Besides, they were all new, and once they got to the stronghold, I was sure that the captain would whip them into shape. A short time later, they finally finished organizing, and I cast a glance at Alessia and motioned for her to join me on my right. Honor guard, fall in step behind me. 12th Legion fall in step behind them. Keep pace and keep formation. I called out to the undead and glanced at Alessia. We shared a gaze with each other, and she placed her poleaxe on her right shoulder and gave me a bow. I spun around and stared at this area's exit, struggling with the anxiety that was coiling around my heart. I really didn't want to do this. But there was no choice, they needed their empress. I took a deep breath to steady my nerves and started walking. Alessia was just 2 steps behind me, and I heard the synchronized stepping of the other undead as they fell in line behind me as we marched to the stronghold. As we marched through my domain, a twisted thought entered my mind. The sounds of the undead behind me marching as one reminded me of a character from a movie series I loved watching. The march of a fallen paladin of light, as he marched on his former temple with an army of the church's warriors, now turned traitor. Such a strange thought to enter my mind, but one that made me chuckle nonetheless. Then we marched on. I even hummed the tune as we walked on, though I knew it was highly inappropriate for the situation. A few brief minutes later, the stronghold appeared through the thick fog. Its walls, while short, were a bit menacing to behold through the fog. Today it seemed a little thicker than usual, and I couldn't even see the sky through it. Just vast swatches of deep, impenetrable fog so far. The only reason that I was navigating everything so well was the map I had tucked away in the corner of my vision. We slowly marched around the outer wall and a few undead came into focus on the outer wall. Their forms were hard to distinguish through the fog because of the camo that I made for them. Thankfully, I had a minor road built into the area surrounding the stronghold, which helped guide me to the front gate. Brown ichor stained the road, and all the bodies were now gone. All that was left was the stench of death and puddles of blood that have long since congealed. My mood was already wavering. This was just too much. I bit my cheek and kept marching into the stronghold, my mood already soured. In the middle of the courtyard, a large wooden construct that was tiered and held dozens of compartments. In each compartment was a body of the undead, and a few empty ones that I think were made for the incorporeal that perished. Small torches topped with red flames sat on each corner and flickered in the foggy air. All the undead were in a tight formation, each led by a warrant officer, and broken into tiers based on the weapons in use. The air was deathly quiet outside of the sounds of undead that marched in behind me. To maintain that silence, I sent a sliver of will towards the formation behind me to break off and join their respective elements, while I kept walking forward to my 3 bosses, who were standing next to the wooden construct. The captain was staring at the now perished undead, his face as impassive as ever, though I felt his pain. "Hello, Captain, I have brought reinforcements, along with a few changes in the ranking structure. However, that will wait till after the ceremony." The towering zombie gave me a quick bow, and I turned my attention toward my companion. "Hello Karen, thank you for doing this. It meant a lot that he did. I honestly wouldn't have been able to do something like this. It would have hurt too much. Anytime, my lady. I pursed my lips as I watched the undead shuffle forward into the formations. We all stood in silence as we waited. I adjusted my hood and mask as the air felt heavier than before. I reached into my cloak and pulled out the piece of paper that I had written the eulogy on. The paper felt like it weighed a ton and seared my palm. My heartbeat was heavily in my chest as I tried to shove down the emotions that were swirling through my chest. All my actions set the tone of the domain. So I wanted this moment to be a call for mourning, yet I wanted it to be a call for celebration as well. As I stood there, I realized that the undead have long since finished filling into formation. Now it was me they were waiting for. I let the silence hang in the air for a little longer, out of respect for those that had fallen. Ladies and gentlemen of Asteria, I thank you for your service to the Empire, and for repelling those that wished to take our stronghold. It was a hard-fought battle, though it wasn't without loss. I stopped there for a moment, letting my words hang in the air before I walked towards the pyre. Now, we honor those that fell in battle, defending their empress and their empire. I reached out and placed my hand on a corner and let it rest there for a few heartbeats. We will always remember your sacrifice and your courage on this day. We will mourn your loss and hold your memory close to our hearts. Yet, we also celebrate your passing, for you have achieved that which we all seek. Enjoy your last rest, dearest undead, and may your soul rest eternally and never be reawakened. I reached out and grabbed the torch and placed it on the pyre, and stepped back. The captain stepped forward along with Aaron and Alessia and each set a torch down. Karen stepped forward with his violin in hand and played a soft tune. The notes were soft and tugged at my heartstrings as a wave of heat blasted into me as the pyre roared to life. Flames shot into the sky as the tune shifted from sorrow into a steady lull. We all stood and watched as Karen played his song for the now resting undead. Usually, I would just consume them and move on, but then it was far different. They fought and died with the idea that they were protecting something dear. So I would grant them their last peace and let them have their rest. The fire shifted from a roar into a peaceful burn as the wooden embers burned away long dead flesh and charred white bone. I could feel warm trails run down my face as I watched the fire consume their forms. So this was the cost of a crown. I would have to send them to die for me, and they would accept their fate. I truly wished that it didn't have to be this way. With each passing day, I was falling more into this role, and I never realized how hard it was. I wasn't ready for the adventures to come. I didn't want them to die. They didn't deserve any of this. Hopefully, twisting their thoughts and telling them that at the end they would finally get to rest would blunt the guilt I would feel. A soft gray energy built swirled around all the undead before branching off into tendrils that danced through the air before connecting and vanishing in a pulse of light. I reached under my mask and wiped away the tears there. It was done. My greatest lie yet has become their reality. Hopefully, one day, it too could become mine. Are you all right, Calixa? Karen's voice tore me from my thoughts, and I glanced towards him and shrugged. I'm not sure. This is all harder than I thought. It weighed me down and tore at my heart. This is why I worked as much as I did, so I didn't have to feel anything like this. It was something to take my mind off of things. Everything will be all right. You're not alone anymore. We will face everything together. The flames flickered as they too died, leaving piles of ash that were getting caught in the wind. He was right, I wasn't alone anymore. I held my head high as my resolve built. We only had a few weeks of training left before my domain opened up, and we still had a lot to do. Thank you, Karen. I saw Ricard approach us from the corner of my eye, and I gave him a quick nod. Captain. The zombie grunted, and Karen translated for me. He said he received your message about training and he would be happy to train with you when you are free. He also thanks you for the reinforcements. The change in command structure helps immensely. Thank you, Captain. I'll get with you after I discuss some more things with Karen. The captain replied with a bow and walked over to the direction of Aaron and the new Centurions. Once he was out of earshot, I turned towards my companion. Anyway, the ceremony was perfect. I appreciate the effort that you put into it. Thank you, mistress. I also saw that you unlocked a new soul aspect. Along with all your current skills, I have to say, you scare me with the raw potential that you have. The skeleton bobbed his head as his eyes remained dimmed. I mean, it reassured that he said that. I wasn't sure what I was doing with it all if I was going, to be honest with you. I was just messing with a bunch of things to see what fit. Mostly out of the fear of becoming a jack of all trades. What are your thoughts on the matter? Well, from the looks of it, you will still suffer from being slightly behind other classes. mostly because of the widespread proficiencies that you have. But if you can bring them up to the next tier before you hit your class milestone, you will have some very solid picks. Staying focused on a hybrid class isn't exactly a bad thing, you just have to be careful. His eyes lit back up into his familiar scarlet orbs as he finished. I see, that makes me feel a lot better. I glanced at my menu and saw that my protection window was still quickly fading, and I still had to get the training done, along with finishing up the domain. Alright, so with that being said, we are running out of time. Can you have everyone work overtime on building up the area? I will have plans sent to you for the docks and a few other places I want to be built. I'm going to focus on training and doing a lot of the behind-the-scenes work. Very well. I'll get them to work. You keep training. Get with me a day before we open, so we can do the last few things we need to make sure that we open smoothly. I nodded my head and cast one last glance towards the pile of ashes, and tried to convince myself of the lie that everyone else believed. It was time to work overtime and get everything finished. No rest for me until a day before we open from here on out. A few weeks later, I cleared my throat and sat down the last book I wrote for the domain on top of a wooden barrel. I was standing on the docks, right next to my domain's exit. The fog was thicker here and far more tangible and ran through my fingers through it only to have it cling to my fingers like syrup. Would you like to exit your domain? The words danced across my vision, teasing me. I wasn't strong enough to leave, and even if I could leave, it's not something that I felt comfortable with. I had no idea what existed outside this realm, and I wasn't too keen on discovering it. Maybe once I learned more of this world, I would, but this was my home for now. I glanced back down at the book bathed in the soft white light of the lantern that floated above it, gave it a soft tap, accessed my menu, and set this book to respawn after a set amount of time. I cleared the menu and cast Karen a glance. He was standing in a longboat at its helm. A long paddle was clasped firmly in his hand as he waited for me. There, I think everything is done. I have spread some treasure chests around the domain, scattered out various lore pieces, and whatnot. Respawn rates have been set, and item drop rates are good to go. I rattled off my mental list as I crossed the docks. Everything seems to be in order now. All the troops have been deployed and are now situated in key locations. The ferals have also been repopulate. The last thing that you have to do is just name your domain. His eyes brightened up once more under his hood, giving him a stunning appearance. I sat down on the boat and crossed my legs as I brought up my menu. Thank you, Karen, you can start the journey now while I work on that. The sound of the paddle breaking water was the only noise around us. The water was still and only reflected the faint moonlight and the air heavy and oppressive. It was odd, really. I kept expecting to hear waves as they moved, yet all that came was just the sound of silence. I tore my gaze from the lake and instead chose to focus on my menu. I haven't really looked through it lately, so there were many things to catch up on. I brought up my weapon proficiencies to the middle of the novice level and even added in a few more, like polearm, staffs, two-handed weapons, and dual wielding. It only required hours upon hours of non-stop training to get everything there, so hopefully, when I get to my first milestone, it will be worth it. I looked over the character sheet and saw that all my stats had grown considerably. In fact, it was almost inhuman how quickly I was growing. Though I suppose it has a lot to do with the fact that I didn't need sleep in my domain. It took me a bit, but I learned how to cancel the urge to sleep and instead just focused on training for hours at a time. Though a large part that had to do with each upgrade to my stats. My stamina became more robust and allowed me to push myself to greater heights. I wasn't even sure if I was still human anymore at this point. With my key core hitting the next stage of evolution and turning into a condensed core, my bones became stronger, and my stamina was through the roof. Each passing day I felt my humanity slip, and with all my companions being undead, I wasn't sure how to feel. Hopefully, once the adventures arrive, I could feel again, but for now, I was trapped, surrounded by an army of the undead. I dismissed the screen and took some time to think. I stared out across the lake as Karen took us across. It was quiet, and for once, I didn't have to do anything. All I had to do was sit there and relax for a while. I did everything else there was to do. I worked on respawn rates with Karen, I hid treasure chests, mob placements, drop rates, and whatever else in between, all while training and building up lore, at least for this area. With a quiet sigh, I watched the water as it rippled from each impact of Karen's paddle, and the distant outline of the far shore broke through the deep fog. This was a peaceful, brief trip, one that I enjoyed a lot. I opened up my menu and went to my domain screen and towards the entrance settings. All I had to do was name this place, and it would be ready. As I expand the domain a bit more, I would have to add more things like this. Yet I was also afraid the moment the domain opened, would be the moment adventurers could come and slay my people. Yet, I knew I could do nothing to stop it. It was the only way for them to grow stronger. As much as it tore me apart, I had come to terms with it. They would fight, and they would die in my name, and I would have to let them. It was the only way I could make it out alive. I typed in Asteria and confirmed my choice with a heavy heart. I still had a few hours left before we opened up, but I might as well get it out of the way. I confirmed my choice just as the boat hit the dock, filling the air with a quiet thud, and Karen stepped off and extended his hand outwards. I took it and stepped from the boat. Alessia stood on the dock, along with 2 members of the honor guard. Both held the rank of guard sergeants and were T2 elites. The first was a skeletal horror, about the same size as me, but held a large shield and spear made of bone. Lately, I have referred to him as Hector, and funny enough, he held a hoplite class. Once I realized that it was amplified by others of the same class, I created a few more to complement him. The next was a spirit that dual-wielded 2 blades through telekinesis. Both were just typical Asterian patterned blades she wielded with grace. More than anything, she reminded me of an assassin, and once I get more boss positions open, I would promote her to be such. Her name lately has been Amari since it seemed to fit her. Her class was one option I saw for Alessia near the start, a spectral dancer, and she lived up to that class with the way that she moved. Mistress, the domain will be opened in just over an hour. Is everything to your liking? Karen asked as he stepped up beside me. Yes, I believe so. Ricard already recalled all the troops and finished construction on the roads. All the various buildings have been made, and I have created a lot of the environmental stuff. I've switched around the undead at the stronghold and added in a few more T2 elites. I think we are ready, Karen. Some movement beyond the dock caught my attention, and I saw the squad that Hector ruled over. There were 7 hoplites at the moment, with all of them either zombies or skeletons. Sadly, I don't have enough material to outfit them, but that day will come soon enough. Just behind them were a few of the Knight class T2s that acted as the vanguard and a few phantoms that lingered in the darkness that belonged to Amari. Good. How has your training been going? Karen asked as we walked on the road that the captain made. The hoplites fell into a lockstep around us as we walked. Amari vanished along with the phantoms, and the knights kept to the fringes. I sadly had to cut down the number of guards I had at the moment and weeded out a lot of the undesirables. There were still more in reserve, but now they served more specialized roles. Pretty good. All my proficiencies are now up to the novice level. I evolved Shuanpa into fleeting steps for faster and more precise movements. The boon for getting both Ki and my soul up to novice was drastically reduced usage. Now I wasn't killing myself using my skills, though I still had to be careful. Sadly, I haven't really focused on any other skills since I can't really learn anything else regarding magic, but I managed to bring my soul manipulation up to the novice tier. Good, good. When the adventurers arrive, you will siphon experience off of their kills, and if you wish to join the fray yourself, bonus experience. When he told me that, I felt my heart skip a beat. I don't think I was ready enough for something like that. For now, I think I will just sit on the sidelines. I much rather not risk myself. When I get powerful enough, I will consider it. I told him as we walked down the road. A small cabin was to my right that we recently built for the adventurers to rest at. I instructed the surrounding undead not to attack it unless the adventurers provoked them. But for all intents and purposes, it was a safe haven. As we walked down the road, we passed by a few checkpoints manned by a couple of the legionaries led by a corporal. My eyes kept drifting towards the clock that was ticking ever slowly downwards. Are you ready for the adventurers? Not really. I'm scared, and most of all, I am scared for the others. They don't deserve to die, but it's the only way forward. As much as I accepted the knowledge of what was to come, it didn't make it any easier for me. I know, Calixa, I know. Once we get enough essence stored up, we can leave this place and keep everyone safe. I nodded my head. The thought that one day, I could save everyone cheered me up a bit. In the distance, I could see the stronghold through the trees. A few legionaries were outside milling about, and a few more lined the walls. The spearheads glittered in the moonlight. The fog here wasn't as deep as it was elsewhere, so I could still see. We marched in silence as we neared the gate that slowly swung open. The lieutenant was standing there, next to the captain. Aaron wore thick padding as his clothing, painted in the colors of the Asterian military. The rank of lieutenant displayed proudly on his shoulders and breast. He looked as alive as a skeleton could at that moment. Ricard, on the other hand, looked absolutely menacing. He wore a suit of plate metal that cost a fair amount of resources to make. It was a beautifully crafted piece of armor, painted gray and black, with various symbols of the Empire, like a falling star and various magic symbols. Behind him was a long, flowing black cape that came down to his calves. "Lieutenant, Captain," I called out as we arrived. Amari's group materialized from the shadows since we were in a safe zone and immediately joined the vast majority of my honor guard that was assembled here. I would leave a few out as tougher mobs for the adventures, but the rest would come with me. They both gave me a nod, and I walked over to them, looking them over. "Are you two ready?" Aaron quickly replied with a brief chitter that I identified as being yes, and Ricard replied with a quick moan. "Good, sound the alarm. The invaders will be here at any moment. Defend me and defend my empire. Do not betray my faith." I've been working on my acting, and I have to say, I am happy with how well it's turning out. The captain made a quick gesture, and a skeleton ran across the courtyard and towards a few recently created buildings. At the top of one was a small bell that I made so they could communicate more easily. My eyes drifted towards the clock and saw that I only had a few brief moments left before the domain opened. "Warriors of Asteria, hear me. The invaders are upon our doorstep. Do not let them take this stronghold once again. For behind this lies the motherland. Protect us, and above all else, protect me. Do not fail me." I yelled out with everything that I had, hoping to spur everyone just before I left. Once the domain opens, I will not be coming topside until I can adequately defend myself. The surrounding undead roared out in agreement. The skeletons chittered and bashed their weapons into the shields, and the zombies screamed. The ghosts and spirits did their best, but they couldn't be heard. I turned towards Karen and gave him a soft smile. "Stay safe out there," I told him as my clock struck 0 and the bell rang, signaling the opening of my domain. "Of course, mistress. I won't let you down." His form became enshrouded in gray light as he teleported back to the entrance. "Don't die on me," I whispered as I brought my menu up and teleported myself and my entire honor guard back to my office. While I left a secret entrance, I didn't want to take the time to get there. For now, I would get to my sanctum as quickly as possible and see what was to come. Once we all materialized back into my office, my honor guard dispersed. Since I didn't want to leave them topside, I went ahead and quickly expanded the size of my office and made a few dorms and training areas for them. I also went ahead and portioned off a section for myself, so they wouldn't disturb me. Maybe one day, I would bring this entire area up and make it my dwelling. Alessia stayed right next to me as I walked towards the door of my private dwelling. 2 knights stood at the ready next to the door. One was a hulking zombie, while the other was a skeleton. The skeleton reached out with a simple movement and pushed open the door for me, and I stepped inside. My desk was in the middle of the room, along with a few books I made spread around the area. The same as it always looked, just a little more messy than before. Just behind that was a door that led to my bedroom that was cut into the rock. Next to my desk was a chair for Alessia since she insisted she wanted one. Though I don't see why she was a spirit. But whatever made her happy at this point. I crossed the room, sat at my desk, pulled up my map, and quickly scrolled to the entrance. Karen was busy paddling his boat across the river, just as 4 adventurers walked through the entrance. However, on the opposite side of the domain were 4 more that appeared, though it was hard to make out what or who they were. Let's see what happens and how they fare here in my realm of undead. I pressed through the purple veil of the domain. The clouds wrapped around me and threatened to suffocate me as I pressed through. A few steps forward, the purple haze shifted into a soft gray fog that clung to me. I pushed through it and eventually came out onto a dock. Motion across my vision made me jump back and grab the handle of my rapier before I relaxed when I saw that they were just words that were being burned across my screen. "The shore of the river of lost souls." The words lingered for a moment before they shattered like glass and blew away on the wind. My breath caught in my throat as I watched the entire process unfold. Never once have I seen something like that. I heard the others mutter a few short seconds later, and Alinor sent a quick prayer towards Vesteria, her patron goddess. What in the 9 hells was that? Gunther's voice cut through the thick air like a knife. "I'm not sure. I think the domain was just telling us where we are, and I think we can expect this at every major location we travel to." The implications of it were astounding. Never has there been a recorded domain that did that. At least not one that I could find during my research. I reached into my pocket, pulled out a small quill with ink, and quickly scribbled down the new finding. I glanced up and looked around the entrance. 2 moons were high up in the sky, in a sky filled with a countless number of twinkling stars. Small groupings of clouds were in the air and moved in small clumps. The air around this river was thick, and not a single noise could be heard. Even the light seemed to be off, but I couldn't put the finger on why. The river was still and reflected the light like a steel mirror. But something caught my eye on the river bank. It was a golden glitter of a handful of coins. I walked towards the river bank and reached out. If the domain was going to give me free money, who was I to say no? Just as I reached out intending to take the money, a slimy gray hand reached out from the water and wrapped itself around mine. It yanked me forward with almost inhuman strength. Whatever stupor I was in immediately vanished, and I fought against the hand. The surrounding water rippled and slowly rose, forming into another hand that reached out towards my face. Whatever was grabbing me had a steel grip and was colder than anything I had ever experienced before. I planted my feet into the ground and pulled back with all my strength as I fought against whatever was pulling me down. "Guys, give me a hand," I yelled out as I struggled. I felt a few pairs of hands grab me and pull me backward. For a brief second, the hand held firm before it let go and sank back into the river. I fell backward onto my teammates, and my heart pounded roughly in my chest. "What was going through your mind when you did that, Redrick?" Gunther's voice tore through my thoughts, rage filling his voice. "I don't know." I glanced at the river, and something overtook my senses. "Did you think I would be as stupid otherwise?" I retorted as I stood up and dusted off my pant legs. Eleanor stepped forward, and a dull blue light shone in her eyes as she looked over the river. "He's right. The entire river is laden with enchantments, and swimming across might prove difficult." Her eyes dimmed back to their regular color as she stepped back. Gunther's face relaxed as he realized I didn't do it intentionally. "Let's investigate the area and see what we can use to move across the area." Through my readings, I saw that domains had to make it possible to cross through the entrance. But what did we have to do? I stepped onto the docks and looked around. The wood looked old and worn, and dozens of barrels and crates sat on its surface. Large lamps lined the length of the dock and cast a faint glow that struggled to pierce the haze. Parts of it branched off yet were devoid of any ships. Just a boundless lonely wooden structure. I stepped forward, and the structure underfoot let out a groan. "All right, let's search this dock for clues. Be careful not to look into the water and keep your eyes peeled for any threats." I rubbed my wrist as the cold seemed to bite even deeper into my flesh. It was as if winter herself came down and grabbed me. I massaged my hand mindlessly as I walked down the dock. My eyes were alert, and my body coiled like a spring, ready to react at any moment. I had to keep moving. To stop in a place like this would invite death. I stepped onto a small jutting outcrop of the dock and glanced around. I ran my fingers across the tops of some barrels and crates and attempted to pry the lids off. Maybe I would find something to use or something I could sell. Dungeons were known for their items and, by extension, domains. I could make some quick coin off of it and get it back into my coffers. I was trying to save up to buy a small manor and slowly build up my power base once more. While it would draw the ire of various people, I was still under the protection of the Adventurers Guild, at least for now. I will take back my dukedom. No matter what it takes. All the crates and barrels seemed to be sealed shut, and nothing I did would pull them apart. I could have used my sword to wedge in between them, but I didn't want to risk damaging my blade if they were sealed. I gave up trying to find their contents for now. However, I will be back for it later. Feeling defeated, I moved away from this part of the dock and back to the central portion. From how large it was, it must have been a shipping area. The only annoying thing was the lack of boats and the lack of people. "Redrick! Over here!" I glanced up and toward Carter. The mist was slowly growing denser, and his form was growing more obscure by the second. I pressed forward and glanced around for the rest of my team. The shadows were slowly encroaching onto the dock, hiding away Gunther and Eleanor in the shadows. "What is it?" I asked as I got close to him. He was standing by a large barrel that was underneath a lamp, and in his hands was a small, worn book. "It's a diary of a merchant who traveled through here. At least that is what it says. It talks about how this area used to be part of a once massive empire that just vanished overnight. The merchant then prattles on about how there must be treasure spread across the lands here, and there really isn't anything of note outside of someone called the ferryman." He skimmed the book over, and I nodded my head. How strange, the last empire that ruled over the neutral lands didn't have a port. I glanced around the area as more questions entered my mind. The book talks about how this belonged to a long-vanished empire, yet this area is a domain. Was it possible that this was the doing of a god? What could they have done to have this happen? Carter, what does it say about the ferryman? That was the next question, one that I had a feeling had a more straightforward answer to find. He glanced over at the book and then replied. It says the ferryman is the only one who can cross the river safely. At least that's what the rumor says. All he requires is a toll, and he will take you across. A toll, huh? I ran my hand across my bag and felt the familiar weight of coins. What a strange thing to ask for. Thank you. Does it explain how to summon the ferryman and how much the toll is? I quickly rummaged through my pockets and gathered a few coins. If I didn't have to fight something to cross this entrance, I wouldn't. It says here that one must light the lantern at the end of the dock, and the ferryman would arrive shortly after. As for the toll, it says that it varies. I nodded my head and quickly called out to the other 2 members of my party. Good, we can keep moving. Thankfully, this area seems somewhat safe outside of the river. Alright, Carter, go find the lantern and get it lit. I will brief the other 2 real quick. Carter turned and rushed down the dock to get the job done. I liked him. He did things without question, and he seemed loyal enough. Finding people who won't stab you in the back was hard enough as it is in today's world. Maybe after this was said and done, I would offer him a spot in my family. The thought tore a hole in my heart, but I ignored it. As soon as Gunther and Eleanor appeared from the fog, I quickly told them about the book and the ferryman. So these are cursed lands, then? That would explain why this domain suddenly appeared out of nowhere. But if we are dealing with cursed lands, there is no telling what we may encounter. Gunther mused quietly to himself while Eleanor nodded her head. She was a quiet one and didn't really say much outside of what had to be said. I agree. We have to be on our toes once we get across the river. We should also be wary of the ferryman. The journal says that he is neutral, but we should be careful still. I gestured further down the docks towards Carter once I saw a lantern light up and cut through the fog and darkness with ease. I agree. It's better to be safe here. This place gives me the creeps, it's as if everything is off, and it's bothering me. I couldn't help but agree with Gunther on that matter. This whole place gives me the creeps. It gnawed at the back of my mind, though I couldn't figure out what it was exactly. We walked towards the end of the dock, and in the distance, I could see a cloaked figure on the boat, moving towards us. The water barely rippled as the ship glided across its surface. A pair of scarlet-red eyes shone through the fog as if I was staring at a demon. Above the ferryman was the name Karen stitched in orange text. My heart froze up, and my mouth went dry. This boss was far more potent than anyone here, and I couldn't risk pissing him off. As it got closer to the dock, I took a step back. All around me, everyone else did, even Gunther. The man who feared very little. The ferryman got to the dock, and I could see that the black robe covered his entire body, save his glowing scarlet-red eyes that seemed to bore into my soul. Greetings, weary travelers, and welcome to Asteria. A monotonous voice came from the ferryman, one that seemed to be laced with magic. Greetings, honorable ferryman. My name is Redrick. My party and I would like to cross the river. I defaulted to respectful etiquette since I absolutely refused to piss this thing off. It was also shocking that a boss could speak to us intelligently. For most of my adventuring life, very few bosses had this level of intelligence, which made this one all the more terrifying. He stared at us, his face obscured by the inky darkness. For a few heartbeats, he stared unmoving before he spoke once more. For your toll, I ask 1 silver coin apiece. With that, I will take you safely across the river and into Asterian lands. 1 silver? That was a lot cheaper than I thought it would have been. But what did a domain need with coins? I fished into my pocket and brought out a single silver coin. Its weight was cold and heavy in my palm as I passed it over. It killed me to hand over my hard-earned money, but it had to be done. The ferryman reached out with a black glove-clad hand. His fingers were naturally skinny as if he were a walking skeleton. We all dropped the coins in his hand, which promptly vanished in his robe. I will take you to your destination, but be warned. Look not into the river, for it may be your end. He stepped aside, revealing a longboat that could sit us all with ease. I glanced at all my companions as I stepped onto the boat, praying to whatever god may hear me that we make it out of here alive. The boat crossed the river quietly. The water barely made a sound as we passed over it. We all sat quietly, not even looking at the water. Our lessons were already learned. Ferryman, what do you know of this place? Gunther's voice broke the silence, and a part of me was relieved that he asked. One of us was going to do it even if I just did it a few moments too late. He was harsher around the edges, but I don't think the man at the helm of the boat cared too much. The ferryman kept pushing the water, staring out across the empty river, unbothered by the enchantments laced through the water. He remained quiet for quite some time before he answered us. Most of my memory was erased during the calamity. Now I only do what my lady asks, and that is to take the living back and forth across the river. Calamity? I pondered on his words for a moment as I thought back to the journal we found. It said that this realm was torn away from the rest of the world. So it's called the Calamity. But what really caught my interest was his job. Lord Karen, you mentioned your lady. Who is she? What do you mean by the living? Are you not alive yourself? My lady, the Empress of Asteria. As for your next question, who is to say I am not? What is life, adventurer? His voice hung heavy in my ears and eventually my thoughts, and I had never really thought about that. Flesh, bones, a beating heart, thoughts, and a soul, I would suppose, I replied quietly. His words left a lasting impact on me, and I never once considered the question that he had asked. Maybe it was just me being short-sighted. There is far more to it than just that, but that is a conversation for another time. We are close to the docks. In the distance, the outline of the far shore was visible through the thick fog. The outline of trees stretched for quite a way out on either side. But something else struck me with curiosity, something that I had to know the answer to. You say you transport the living. What lies beyond the docks? I feared the answer I would hear, and I knew it deep down, yet I didn't want to believe it was true. The dead and lost. Those who were once thralls of powerful necromancy, and those who are loyal to Asteria and the Empress. My heart sank as I realized that this was a domain of the undead, the most wretched of all creatures. Those torn from death by a necromancer and bound to servitude. Every necromancer was a walking crime against humanity and deserved only death. So your Empress is a necromancer. Gunther's demeanor became colder, and the tension in the air grew even more palpable. No. She gave everything she had to sever the chains that kept us bound. We are all free, seeking a purpose in our existence. Far from a vile necromancer. Even though his monotonous words, I could detect malice and hatred at the thought of serving a necromancer. I glanced towards the other. Carter remained quiet as he listened, and Gunther was fuming. Alinor was just looking out across the river, her magic protecting her from the pull of the enchantments. I cleared my throat and tried to calm the situation a bit. Forgive us, Lord Ferryman. Necromancers have an evil reputation where we come from, and most are stamped out, and very few undead exist. It is fine. The lady would never stoop so low as to be a necromancer, and she is far too kind for something like that. The way he spoke about her made me feel like she was alive. But wouldn't she be a domain core? I scratched my head as I tried to figure out what this all meant. A domain of undead wouldn't be accepted, and the Velcrest theocracy would lobby to destroy it. Yet, it was still a domain and one of the most valuable things on this planet. Maybe we should wait and see what the domain offers first before we jump to any conclusions. Carter's voice broke the tension, and I nodded in agreement. Yes. Maybe it is, as Karen says, and the lady of the domain is kind. We have to consider all facets before we make a choice. I tore my attention away from the ranger and instead started forward, thinking over what this could mean for us and for the future of Tenneth. The boat rocked as it contacted the dock. Words appeared on my screen once more with a blaze. The shores of Asteria. This time I was better prepared for it and didn't even flinch at it, though it took quite a lot of willpower to do so. I stood up, stepped off the boat, and reached out for Gunther's hand to help him up. Carter did the same with Alinor. I did one last cursory glance across the longboat and gave the ferryman a nod. Thank you for the conversation. I bid you farewell, ferryman. May our paths cross once more. Karen pushed off the wooden dock with his oar and gave us a nod as his ship started to drift back into the river. Farewell, adventurers. Be warned, those that live in the woods know neither friend nor foe. The fog wrapped around the ferryman, even going so far as to drown out the red light that emanated from his eyes. I released a pent-up breath as he vanished. It wasn't often you met a friendly boss, and especially one as powerful as he was. But I was thankful that I gleaned as much information out of him as I did. What do you guys think so far? He spoke highly of the domain, but for all we know he could just be another slave. Gunther was the first to speak up. I'm thankful for how blunt he could be, and it left little to the imagination. I think we should do a little more exploring. There is more going on here than meets the eye. Carter flipped through the journal he brought with him. I would assume that he was just trying to figure out everything he could about the area, which was good. I did not know what we were about to get ourselves into. I glanced towards the last member of our group. The one who spoke very little, though we all valued her input immensely. Eleanor? She affixed me with her sea blue eyes before she glanced away. He spoke truthfully about what he felt, and there was no magic binding him. I think we can trust the ferryman. We stared at each other as we weighed our choices, though ultimately, I had the last say. Eleanor was very rarely wrong on the matters of magic. Yet, I still detested the fact that we were in a realm of the undead. While I have never once encountered them, I have heard stories and read books about them, which is far more than enough for me. Alright then. Let's keep exploring then. I stepped further onto the docks and saw that it was a mirror of the one we just left. The only thing missing was the book that we found the first time. Carter and Eleanor pushed ahead. This time he had his bow drawn and an arrow at the ready. We were no longer at the entrance, and there was no telling what we would encounter here. Eleanor drew a small wooden wand and stood at the ready. Her magical eyesight was glowing softly in the moonlight, and then tendrils of silver magic wrapped around her like a snake, ready to strike at any moment. Are you alright, Gunther? I walked down the length of the dock, checking the boxes and crates, hoping to find anything useful to sell later. This place doesn't feel right, and undead is a blight on the planet. There is a reason that they don't exist. We shouldn't be here, and we need to destroy the domain and leave. His words were filled with a dull rage that felt almost palpable. I get that. I do. I'm not a fan of all of this either, but think of the rewards we can earn if we pull this off. I need this, and we can't destroy this place. I stopped in my tracks and glared at my friend. I needed the accolades from this domain. I needed the bounty from the crown, and more than anything, I just wanted to put my life together. It's always about money, and power with you, Redrick, and that frightens me. I need you to see the forest and not just the trees. He huffed through his teeth as he stormed past me. I watched as he caught up with the others, and more than anything, I just felt defeated. I placed my hand on the hilt of my rapier and could feel the weight of the summoning stone pressing against my hip. I could summon the domain core and see for myself what this place indeed was. But I won't. Not yet. Not until I was alone. They didn't need to know that I had an item that powerful. Not even Gunther needed to know. Lest he takes that chance to end this domain. I pressed forward, deciding to hang back a few meters. Mostly to watch the rear in case we get ambushed and also to give Gunther some space. He was angry. Thankfully, he would keep things professional, but it still bothered me. I didn't like it either, but I will put aside my detest if it means I can achieve my goals. They came first, everything else second. I stepped off of the docks and onto a dirt road. That led up into a forest. The stench of death filled the air, and the trees were graying and slowly dying. There were some pinpricks of color, but not enough to make a difference. The fog clung to all the trees and was growing thicker with each passing second. The only sound that I could hear was that of my party walking. Other than that, it was deathly silent. This place felt wrong. But the ferryman said that the Empress here gave everything to sever the hold that a necromancer had over this place. What happened here? Everything I have learned so far hasn't yet let me connect the dots. I hope, and I pray he was telling the truth about this place. Destroying this domain would be the last thing that I wanted to do. We pushed deeper into the forest. All around us were trees that were stuck in a half-dead state and a road that was large enough to fit all four of us if we were to stand shoulder to shoulder. The smell of decaying flesh filled my nose and caused my stomach to twist and churn. According to the research that I managed to dredge up, domains usually had a safe zone. If we could find that, we could plan out how to tackle this place and see what other information we could find about Asteria. We traveled through the woods together. The silence was slowly becoming deafening, and not a single mob was in sight. The further we pushed into the domain, the more twisted and corrupted the trees became. The foliage was caught in a state of decay yet was also blooming into new life. Never have I seen something like this, and I have ventured far and wide. I've fought in dozens of dungeons. Yet nothing could compare to something like this. After an hour of walking, we approached a small wooden cabin with a single torch that hung outside its door. With relief, I rushed over to it. I was used to walking for hours on end, but there was just something about this place that exhausted me. Maybe it was just being alert non-stop and jumping at the smallest of sounds. But it was slowly beating me down. Eleanor stared at the cabin as I drew my sword. Carter had his bow clasped firmly in his hand and had an arrow at the ready while Gunther spun his staff. Without having to speak, we fell into our usual breaching formation. Carter stood by the door, with Eleanor directly beside him. Gunther stood at the other side, and me in front. I raised my hand and activated my Totalis barrier skill. A small tessellated blue shield grew in the air in front of me and grew until it reached the size of a tower shield. I didn't have too many axillary skills that didn't apply to my class. If it didn't involve dueling, I didn't want it. The only reason I had this skill was for the problems that the sharp end of my blade couldn't solve. I glanced towards Gunther before looking at the other two. Gunther stepped to the front with a nod, placed his hand in the door handle, and quickly pushed it open before he spun back to the side. Usually, we would kick it down, but we would prefer to keep the place intact if this was a safe zone. I stepped forward and placed the shield between me and whatever could be in front of us. I pressed into the room with Eleanor directly behind me. Her wand was at the ready, along with the magic that circled her. Carter, I already knew, had eyes on the room, his bow ready to release a flurry of arrows. I quickly scanned the foyer and saw that it was empty, just a minor groove on the floor that denoted a change in levels. The walls were polished and slotted into each other seamlessly, and a few lanterns lined the hall. I kept the pace up and traveled down the hallway and into the main living area, which was empty as well, bearing a small table and a few chairs. An oversized circular couch sat in front of a large fireplace, which was burning steadily. Between the kitchen and living area was a large carpet crafted in a circle and split into layers that flowed tightly between one another in a rugged display of browns and reds. We cleared a few more bedrooms, and once we were sure that the cabin was clear, we collectively released a sigh of relief. This was far different from the rest of the safe zones we usually came across. More often than not, it was a cold circle on the ground that monsters sat right outside waiting for us to leave. But this was something far nicer than we could have ever hoped for or could even afford. Dibs on the master bedroom, Carter spoke up as he grabbed Eleanor's hand and dragged her off to a bedroom. I wouldn't argue with them on that. Whatever kept those two happy. Without a second thought, I clambered over to the couch, dropped my bag down with a slight clatter, placed my rapier down next to it, and took a seat. A jolt of surprise coursed through me a split second later. This piece of furniture was the most comfortable thing I have ever sat in. Gunther, you have to feel these couches. I swear these were crafted by the gods. He walked back into the living room and eyed the piece of furniture with no small amount of disdain in his eyes. Eventually, he caved and sat down. I am desperate to hate these couches, but I can't bring myself to. I hummed my agreement as I just sat there, relaxing for the first time in a long time, before the sound of my stomach rumbling tore me from my blissful haze. I needed to make some food. If memory serves correctly, it was my turn to cook for everyone tonight. It took monumental effort to force myself off of the couch and walk over to my bag. Now, what was I in the mood to cook today? I brought some fresh herbs and some meat in my personal bag of holding. If my father saw me using it for stuff like this, he probably would fit, but he isn't here now. I rifled through the bag and did a mental tally of what was in there. I had this exotic herb in here that was called soap's bundle, which I only really brought along 'cause Eleanor and Carter think it's delicious, but I think it tastes exactly like its name. I pulled the bundle of green herbs out, set it on the table, and pulled out another called mint. I wasn't a fan, but everyone else in the party was. I set the two bundles on the table and pulled out some meat that I brought along with me. I couldn't cook for the life of me, which was why I wasn't above spending a few silver on pre-cooked meals and putting them into my bag. The nutrition bars were hot garbage and not worth my time, and I wouldn't subject my friends to that horror either. I pulled out a small cooked chicken, along with a few cooked shellfish that was still steaming, along with some portions of some vegetables. I had a small chunk of salt that I kept in here as well, along with some ground pepper. This little guy cost me a fair amount, so we were careful to ration it out. But it went a long way with helping the food taste a bit better. I pulled out the smaller plates that I kept stowed away, along with a few forks. I know that many in the guild would look down on this, seeing it as excessive and pompous, but good food was the way to keep morale up. I set everything up, and just before, I was about to wake Gunther up, who had already passed out. I felt a slight jab in my bladder. With a yawn, I walked towards the front of the cabin, intending to drain my bladder. When I came back, I glanced over at the food and saw that the herbs looked slightly disturbed and seemed to be missing a few leaves, and my salt block seemed slightly smaller, and the portions of food seemed slightly shifted. Anyone else wouldn't have seen it, but I did. I glanced towards Gunther and saw that he was still passed out. From the back of the cabin came a bunch of giggling from Eleanor, which told me that those two were a little too busy to come out here and take stuff. I rubbed my eyes and stared at them for a moment longer. Maybe I was just exhausted and was seeing things. I haven't really slept since the anxiety of visiting this domain kept me awake for a lot longer than it should have. I shrugged and walked down the back hall, and slammed my fist against the wooden door. Oi, if you two lovebirds are done, dinner's up. I suggest you come get some. All right, Redrick, we will be out in a bit. Carter called out, his voice muffled through the door. I turned away and saw that Gunther was awake and was munching on the part of the chicken he tore off. I pulled off my boots and set them down next to my bag, and reached out for a plate, and took some of the food, and munched on it mindlessly. I was still a bit unnerved by this place. We traveled for well over an hour, yet we haven't seemed to encounter a single mob. I put a small pinch of salt and pepper on the piece of chicken and bit into its tough flesh. It was a little overcooked, but it would do for now, I suppose. I quickly scarfed down my meal and gnawed on a few vegetables. I laid back on the couch and munched on a carrot as I stared at the ceiling. I wanted to do a bit more exploring before we left in the morning, though I wasn't above making sure this was our HQ for the duration of our stay. I swallowed the rest of my food and saw that Gunther had passed out once again. I wasn't surprised. The man could sleep anywhere at the drop of a copper coin. I stood up and grabbed the water skin that I kept on my travel bag and took a deep swig of it before strapping it back into place and meandering into the kitchen. A few large gray pieces of paper were on the table with sprawling texts across its surface with a strange naming structure and a string of numbers. At the very top, each sheet was labeled the Asturian Times. My eyes skimmed the page, and I realized what I was holding. It was a collection of news on a weekly basis. What kind of empire had its citizens able to read well enough for this to matter? Education was ungodly expensive, and finding someone who was willing to teach you to read for free was nigh impossible. My eyes danced across the top of the paper as I checked the date once more. It was labeled as being made on the 25th of April on a Friday in the year of 2018. I guess this was this empire's dating structure. I had no idea of what the year was currently here, though outside of this place, it was at the year 650 of Eavinus. I read through it quickly and saw that it was discussing the assassination of the reigning of Emperor Alexander and the coronation date of his successor, Calixa. I felt my heart twist as I read further on. I felt for Calixa, and I was all too aware of how it felt to have your family torn away from you like that. I moved on to the following week's paper and saw that Calixa took the crown and was slated to select her chosen. As I read on, I saw more snippets of news that discussed the whispers of war and the growing religion that was taking the empire by storm. The other thing that caught my interest was the discussion of who would take the spot of the chosen, which was a paladin by the name of Quintus Regulus. I flicked away to the last sheet of paper. That was labeled for a week later. I could read that there was a massive upset when the Empress took another as her chosen. Instead of Quintus, she took Alessia Veers, a lesser-known knight from the Order of the Blue Rose. I tried to work through why the Empress would choose another. More than likely, it was her establishing her place as her own entity instead of bowing to the nobility. A bold and risky move, but a good power play nonetheless. I read further on and saw that war broke out between Asteria and a neighboring empire of Tersenian due to trade and political strife that had been building for a few years. Once I finished, I saw that it was the last one on the table. As many questions as it had answered, there were still many more. What role did the chosen perform that was so important to the nation that it occurred immediately after the coronation? I had a few ideas, but this realm has yet again defied common knowledge, and I was afraid to make a guess that would be incorrect. In fact, I was starting to think that this wasn't even a domain at all. I was jolted awake by a callous hand that clasped around my mouth. I quickly locked onto the offending person and saw that it was Gunther. He had a finger held up to his mouth and wore a look of absolute focus as he stared in the direction of the windows that overlooked the well-worn road we traveled on yesterday. I calmed down and nodded my head as I realized what was happening. I rolled off the couch and landed silently, and slithered over to my rapier. I grabbed the handle and pulled out my weapon, and focused my hearing. The sound of baleful moans was slowly filling the air. It grated my eardrums and sent sparks of fear through my chest. It made me want to run for the hills and never look back, but it wasn't the first time I had to fight something like that before. I took a deep breath and calmed my nerves. Gunther brought his staff to bear and crouched, walking over to the far window. I heard a door swing open and saw Carter already moving out, with Eleanor behind him, their weapons at the ready. I made a quick gesture with my hands, telling them to fan out around the cabin. We had to make sure that all the entrances were guarded and our flanks secured. Once I made it to Gunther, I peeked my head out the cabin window. The sun was on the horizon, casting rays of white light that cut through the fog, which was starting to lose its viscosity. Through the fog, dozens of figures were becoming visible, shuffling aimlessly down the road. As they became more apparent, my heart dropped. Those were zombies, wretched creatures of decaying flesh that had no purpose but to consume the living. They were entities that were constructed by evil magic and had no thoughts or feelings. I glanced towards Gunther and met his eyes for a moment. We should be safe as long as we stay here for now. All we needed to wait for the horde to pass through. I kept my profile low as I made my way across the living room to my other companions' positions. Eleanor, do you see a necromancer guiding them? Or magic that connects them all? Dealing with zombies was extraordinarily rare, but we all knew that if we took the necromancer down, the horde would follow suit, unable to remain one without the magic that guided them. Her eyes shone with silver power as she peeked out the window and scanned the horde that was slowly growing larger. They seemed affixed to a specific location and moved to it, but who really knew these things? She stared unblinkingly at the crowd of zombies as they shuffled by before she pursed her lips. I'm not seeing any sort of magic that's animating them. They almost seem to be operating of their own accord. What? That shouldn't be possible. Zombies needed a necromancer to guide them. I racked my brain for any reason it could be a thing until yesterday's conversation crossed my mind. When the ferryman told me that the empress of these lands gave everything to sever the chains that kept them in servitude. Was this her doing? Just how powerful was she if she could do something like this? We stayed there quietly as the zombies marched past. We counted at least 20 of them. All of them looked to be various civilians wearing tattered clothing that was barely held together. But most of all, they seemed to be in various states of decay. I bit my tongue to stop myself from making any kind of noise as I waited for them to pass. The smell of death grew stronger with each passing moment, and my stomach churned in response to the increasing potency of the smell. Eventually, they faded out of sight, with the fog consuming every trace they had, outside of the horrific smell and the distant moans. I relaxed slightly as I glanced at Gunther. Anger was etched into his face, along with no small amount of disgust. I shifted my attention towards the other two. Eleanor was more disgusted than anything else, while Carter just seemed to watch the area. He was far too good at hiding what he was feeling. It was something that I needed to work on figuring out. Alright, guys, we just got the first taste of this dungeon's mobs. What should our next steps be? Should we explore the area or follow them and see where they are going? I asked as I traveled back towards the living room, glancing back towards the windows, ensuring there weren't any more zombies in sight. I'd vote to see what they were moving towards. It may give us more insight about the domain. Carter spoke up as he stared out the window. It would be better than just investigating the area. Maybe we would find out why they were moving around with a necromancer. Everything about this domain was astounding, from the date and time changes to the papers I found. It felt more like an actual place than something constructed by a stone. Eleanor, Gunther? I asked while collecting my equipment. Since this was a safe zone, I felt comfortable leaving most of my stuff here, especially considering we were the only ones here in the domain. They both mumbled in agreement. So it was settled then, and we would follow the zombie horde. We crept along the road, a watchful eye wary of the zombies beyond the mist. Trailing them was easy enough, but the silence we kept was driving me mad. There wasn't a necromancer nearby, then why were they here? How do we kill them? In the corner of my eye, I saw Gunther, every motion calculated as he slid forward. He seemed to be more himself, but I wondered if underneath, something still festered. Carter was at the ready, and so was Eleanor. We were on high alert, ready to react to anything at the drop of a copper. In the distance, a small wooden structure became visible. From the looks of it, the horde seemed to head straight towards it. I quickly motioned for my ranger and mage to split up and find a better position while Gunther and I pushed forward. We moved from the road into the forest to stay out of the undead's line of sight. Zombies were incredibly stupid, and as long as we didn't cross their line of sight, so we should be alright. He and I quickly pushed through the forest, which wasn't hard considering the lack of foliage. We circled a little further out to reduce our chances of being seen by the horde until we circled around the strange structure they were gathering around. From its looks through the fog, it was a miniature stronghold surrounded by a layer of wooden fencing. It wasn't anything fancy, just hastily constructed to keep out the undead. We settled into a small hole by the road close to the stronghold to observe it, yet kept us hidden from the undead banging on the walls. What do you think? I asked as I observed the surrounding area, ensuring that nothing was creeping up behind us. I'm not sure. It may be a checkpoint of sorts, and there must be something in there that is pulling their attention. He kept his hand near his staff as he watched the walls. Maybe there are living beings in there? Why else would the undead be attacking this area en masse? It would make sense, though. Undead never attacked others of their kind. The only ones who did that were Death Knights, but those were even rarer than undead were now. Except those were far more deplorable than any other undead could hope to be. Let's see if we can find a way in and investigate the area. Carter and Eleanor should be safe setting up a recon point, and not much can slip past those two when they are running on full alert. Once we finish, we need to meet back up and head back to the rest area. I nodded my head in agreement with Gunther. There was a reason that I made this man my second in command. Let's move then, I replied in a hushed whisper as I slithered out of the small foxhole. I pressed myself against the ground as I ran to the wall, trying to cut the line of vision from the undead horde. Once I was on the wall, I flattened myself against it. Gunther followed suit just a few seconds later, and we began creeping against the wall. However, much to our dismay, the fog was like a tide and seemed to flood the area once more. The haze grew thicker and darker, even choking out the sunlight of the midday sun. I grew tense as I lost one of my most vital senses in this situation. Gunther, you still there? I hissed quietly through my teeth. If we got lost now, it would spell our doom. Yes. His voice was quiet and tense. He must be suffering as much as I was. We didn't have the tools to survive in a situation like this, not like the other two, and for a moment, we were both on our own as we completed our task. The air was growing heavier, and the smell of petrichor permeated my nose, drowning out the wretched scent of death. Great, we couldn't see, and it was about to rain. What was our luck today? Did we piss off Lady Fortune at some point? I used my fingers to feel the wall as I tried to find any sort of entrance. A building set up like this had to have a few or at least a destroyed portion of the wall. We traveled for just a few more minutes before I felt the familiar imprint of a small door that stood at a stark contrast on the rough, dry grain of this wood. I ran my fingers across it as I tried to find a latch, which thankfully I did. Gunther, you still here? I asked as I moved to the other side, intending to unlock it if it even had one. Still here. I nodded my head and breathed a sigh of relief. Good, I found a door, but it's locked. There is no need to spook anything in there just yet. I told him as I hit the latch on the door and tried to push it open. It went a few centimeters before it stopped, and no amount of pushing seemed to do the trick. Fuck, of course, this would be our luck. The only thing I had on me that was small enough to fit through the door was my rapier, and I would not risk the sword to get this door open. Change of plans. They barricaded the door. Think you can give me a boost? A heartbeat later, the fog parted like the sea, and Gunther appeared. Think that will work? He asked as he dropped to a knee and interlaced his fingers so I could use them to lace a foot through. Not sure, but it is worth a shot. I landed on the ground silently and glanced around. The fog was still far too thick to see anything of importance, and I could barely even see the small structures that filled this area. I tried to listen, but the moans of the undead outside made it all the more challenging. With a quick shift of my attention, I looked back at the door and moved the thick piece of lumber that was blocking it. I placed the wooden slab down softly, as not to alert anyone or anything, and opened it for Gunther. He slid into the small stronghold as quietly as possible. The undead sounds were growing louder, as was the pounding of their hands against the wall. I closed the door behind us and propped the wooden slab against it once more. Usually, it was a bad idea to do this, but I would rather deal with whatever was inside here than the undead that was slowly gathering outside. My eyes scanned the area, checking everything out, trying to make out the shapes that were barely visible through the fog. But it was far thicker than almost anything I've experienced outside of this domain. Not even the swamp of Amora had fog that could become this thick. I stepped forward, moving towards the building closest to me. Hopefully, they were all interconnected, so we could move between them without leaving ourselves at a significant disadvantage. We traveled over the sodden stone ground as quietly as possible, but we were no rouges, sadly. As we approached the structure, a wooden door became visible through the fog. I walked up to it and took the right side while Gunther took the left. I reached out the handle and pressed the lever down as slow as I could. It sank into position with a soft click, and my heart relaxed. I pushed the door open and activated my barrier skill, and moved into the room. I could feel my companion as he stepped in behind. We stepped into a small living area, though it wasn't near as furbished as the cabin we stayed in. Everything here was dilapidated, and the stench of death was just as pungent as it was elsewhere. Couches were gray and flaking into pieces, and tables lay shattered. A few broken swords lay strewn across the room. A few arrows were embedded into the wall and various brown stains that looked like long-dried blood. By the gods, Gunther muttered to himself as we searched the room. A few lanterns hung from the ceiling, swinging from a chain that squealed with each rotation. The dying flames would flicker and constantly shift. The shadows reacted much like a dancer and constantly morphed and changed as the lantern continued its ceaseless swing. I agree, this place is very creepy, I muttered under my breath as I searched the first room. There really wasn't too much of value, other than a vial of black inky substance that sat on top of a desk. It was cold and heavy to the touch, and the liquid inside barely budged with all the movement. Analyze. The system heard my command, and the name of the item appeared in my vision. Lesser quality zombie blood. A vial of blood gathered from a low-level zombie. The blood hasn't been adequately separated and is full of contaminants. Perhaps an alchemist may find some use out of it. Ah, the perks of having a high analysis skill. I looked it over and nodded my head. Zombie blood was rare to find nowadays and even rarer to get a hold of some. With a deft movement, I slid the vial into my pocket and kept moving. If I can find a few more items like this, I would have a decent haul. We combed the first room for quite some time, picking apart everything. I kept a spare bag for stuff just like this. We could sell the metal off to a blacksmith for a profit or sell the blades to some poor adventurer. Once everything was tucked away, we moved on to the next door, repeating our breaching process. I opened it up and stepped into another hallway that wasn't longer than about 2.5 meters. However, against the far door was a skeleton clad in some strange garment. It was as gray as the fog outside and had a strange alternating pattern stitched across its surface. The skeleton wore a pair of heavy black boots, and on its shoulder were two solid black lines that met in the middle, pointing upwards. Glimmeringly softly in the candlelight was a short sword with a very soft curve and placed gently against its chest. It gazed at us with its eye cavities that held an almost impenetrable darkness. Without a second thought, I activated my analysis skill and quickly looked it over. Asterian Warrant Officer I, Swordsman. Its name was green, which meant that it was a stronger version of the base mob. Gunther and I could deal with it, no problem. However, instead of engaging us, it observed us for a second longer before opening up the door and stepping through it. Shit, I couldn't let it get away. Gunther and I rushed towards the door, only for it to shut in our face. The sound of a heavy wooden slab falling into place followed shortly after. Fuck Gunther, help me get this door open. We can't let that skeleton escape. I brought my foot up and slammed it against the door. The hinges squealed as my foot slammed into it, and the wood creaked in response. On it. Gunther threw his shoulder into the door. Some dust fell from the ceiling in a small cloud, and the door gave a few more centimeters from the force in his blow. Just a few more hits. We took turns slamming into the door, and after a few more heavy hits, the wood splintered, and the door flung open and exploded into the room. We rushed in and saw that the skeleton was nowhere to be seen. A staircase sat in the back of the room, which led further up into the structure. Without skipping a beat, we rushed through the room and up the stairs. The wood groaned in protest as it struggled to hold our weight as we dashed up to the next floor. The next floor was set up more like a watchtower and looked out across the surrounding area. Sadly, however, the fog choked out our vision of the outside. Though it seemed like the fog couldn't breach inside of the building even if it was in more of an open setting. Across from us stood the skeleton, its hand on a large bell that hung from the ceiling. It chittered something out to us and attempted to ring it. Shit, we can't let him ring that bell. I coiled the strength in my legs and leaped forward. I didn't know what would happen if that skeleton rang that bell, and I didn't want to find out. I quickly drew my sword and aimed for the magical core that kept the skeleton together. In a heartbeat, I crossed the room, my blade effortlessly passing through the clothing of the skeleton and plunging into it. However, instead of falling apart, the skeleton regarded me with its emotionless face before it swung its sword around. I barely stepped away, only catching the tip of the sword across my cheek. A trail of fiery pain followed a split second later as I recoiled, which gave the skeleton a chance to slam its foot into the bell. A single hollow sound rang out, which was incredibly loud and seemed to be laced with magical power. I took a few steps back as I tried to take in the situation. It was common knowledge that a magical core held together skeletons, and if we broke it, it would fall apart. Why wasn't this one? I readied my blade, and Gunther swung his staff around as we walked towards the skeleton. The skeleton stepped forward and swung its sword out at me, and I sidestepped the blow, and Gunther jabbed his staff forward, catching the skeleton in its chest with a sickening crack. The skeleton chittered something out, brought his free hand around, pushed away from the staff, and swung its sword towards Gunther. I stepped forward and slammed my pommel into its cheek, cracking the bone and leaving a small crater. It stepped back and looked between us for a moment before throwing itself out of the window. We both ran forward, trying to catch it, but we failed. "What do you think, Gunther?" I asked as I tried to stare into the fog and find the skeleton. There was no way it could get that far. I wanted my experience of killing that thing, and most of all, I wanted to figure out why it didn't break when I attacked its core. It was strange. I've never seen a skeleton act like that. The only thing that I understood was that it held an officer rank. We must be standing at a checkpoint, which also means that. His words trailed off when an even heavier bell rang out in the distance. It was a deep, powerful sound, one that felt ominous and foreboding, as if it was telling us the world was about to come crashing down. Whatever that bell meant, we didn't want to stick around and find out. However, just as we were about to leave, the fog slowly receded, revealing a few more buildings close by us. The most concerning part was that a small horde of undead surrounded the building we were in. Various zombies and skeletons, all clad in the same outfit that the officer was wearing but with different rank patches. "Fuck me," I muttered as I looked at the small horde outside.